My name is Sandra Goldmark, and I'm honored to be speaking with you all today. I'm grateful to the Taipei National University for the Arts for generously inviting me to share a little bit of my world with you all. I'm on the set for Pirandello Project, a devised piece which opened just last night here in the Minor Latham Playhouse at Barnard College. This little world was inspired by the words of Luigi Pirandello and made real by the creative team, production team, and students at Barnard and Columbia. This production tells a story, in the words of director Alice Regan, about who we are and how we know for sure. The set, designed by Anna Driftmeyer, also tells another story about how we make theater and what that process can say about who we are and the world we want to live in. It's wonderful to see students and colleagues from Barnard and Columbia here in the live audience. It is delightful to think about the audience in Taiwan. We're recording this talk here tonight, and it will be shared at the first ever Conference on Sustainability for the Performing Arts in Taiwan, to be held in December at Taipei National University for the Arts. It's exciting to make this connection between audiences on opposite sides of our small planet, who are wrestling with similar questions and challenges. I'm here today myself with two questions. One, how can we as theater artists bring a responsiveness to and awareness of the climate crisis to our work on stage? Second, what can we as theater artists contribute to the broader challenge, the very global challenge happening offstage? These are big questions. If you're a lone, underpaid theater artist, it can feel impossible to change your practice, much less your whole industry. It can feel even more impossible when you think at the global scale, when we look at the many intersecting challenges of the climate crisis: emissions, waste, plastic pollution, drought, flooding, wildfires, migration, inequality. It can feel so nearly impossible that ultimately it becomes a challenge of the imagination. Can we envision a more sustainable and equitable performing arts world? What about the bigger world? Can we even imagine it, much less make it real? About 12 years ago, I was teaching design here at Barnard and designing for theaters around the country. I cared about the environment, theoretically at least, but there I was at home, clutching my yogurt cups and bringing my little canvas bag to the supermarket, while at work, in the theater, I was creating thousands and thousands of pounds of scenery, show after show, season after season, that went right in the dumpster. It felt gross. I could imagine a future, a world where my work contributed to a more sustainable and equitable planet, but making it real felt impossible. I toyed with this solution, briefly. But instead, I tried to do what I would have done if faced with any design challenge. I tried to imagine something and then build it, one small step at a time. First, I started changing my own design practices, pulling more from stock, buying more used goods, avoiding certain materials. And I started talking about it with my colleagues, especially my colleagues here at Barnard, production manager Michael Banta, technical director Greg Winkler, costume shop manager Cara Feely, props artisan Reese Roffey, and all of the faculty and staff here. We started talking about how to build sustainability and circularity into the way we made theater. More on this later. Then, slight left turn, I started a social enterprise repair shop, bringing backstage theater artists together to imagine and build a little piece of the circular economy offstage. Next, 3 colleagues and I created the Sustainable Production Toolkit, a free resource for performing arts organizations. Along the way, I was tapped to build Barnard College's first Office of Sustainability, and now I have also joined the Columbia University Climate School, a new interdisciplinary school for climate leaders. I never would have predicted it, clutching my yogurt cups, but that moment of clarity or contrariness, and where I stubbornly imagined something different, set in motion a whole chain reaction that changed my work in the world forever. To make those changes, I leaned on what I knew, creating worlds on stage. Because designing for the stage is all about imagining the impossible and then making it real. In the theater, we do this over and over again, show after show, usually on time and on budget. Eleanor Fuchs describes this process in Visit to a Small Planet. She calls her essay a template for the critical imagination. Fuchs invites us to think of the play as a small planet. She asks us to mold the play into a medium-sized ball. Set it before you in the middle distance and squint your eyes. Make the ball small enough that you can see the entire planet. Fuchs knows that by really first seeing what is there in the text, we can then begin to extrapolate, to build the two-dimensional world on the page out into 3 dimensions. We ask questions of the play, we imagine the world, and then we make it real, with scenery, with costumes, with our bodies. That planet can be as small as one industry, one theater company, one show. Like this one. Let's follow Eleanor Fuchs' advice and ask some questions. Really look at the little world around us. This wall was built with 4 of our stock flats. It's covered, as you can see, maybe you can see, the textured treatment. The flats underneath are stock. They're very typical. They're framed with 1x3 pine and skinned with Luan. We don't use Luan anymore, or we try to avoid it, but these were made probably 10 years ago, so at least we're getting a lot of use out of them. The texture was an interesting challenge. When we first started really leaning into reuse, we thought, well, how do you apply a seamless texture coat on something that you want to use over and over again? We started experimenting with skinning an element like this with a muslin wraparound and then applying the texture to that, which works quite nicely. And it really limits the amount of new materials you would have to buy for an element like this. In this case, we got really lucky. These flats are covered with a banner from Barnard's commencement ceremony, and the texture's applied to that, so a double win there. The flats underneath, as I said, are in this case skinned with Luan, but we would also ideally prefer to use something like Revolution ply or just regular AC ply in a pinch. What else do we see here? This ornate metal railing back here was bought at a salvage shop in Brooklyn and applied to this custom-built wood and steel frame that was built mostly from scrap. This red curtain is from stock. This painted curtain is rented from not too far away, Bellport, Long Island. The paint. The black tough prime is low VOC, and the white on the floor and the walls is 0 VOC paint. We try to avoid skinning our decks. We use paint instead, but if we have to skin, we might use masonite rather than MDF. MDF tends to have formaldehyde-based glues. The main items that we had to purchase new for this show were about $300 in lumber for some of the framing and ladders, and $400 for the paint and the joint compound. These efforts added up. For this production, scenic materials were 67% from stock, and new only 33%. Costumes were 62% from stock or used, and 38% new. And props were 60% stock, 30% used, and only 10% new. Not bad. The question, though, is, do these efforts really add up in terms of the bigger planet outside these walls? In 2015, we did an analysis of one of our shows called Some Hero. As built, the show was 50% new materials, 50% used. That's the middle line. The emissions from props, sets, and costumes for that show were equivalent to the emissions from one American home for 6 months. If we had built Some Hero all new, that's the bottom line, it would have been more than double the emissions. If we had been able to build it all used, and the top line, it would have been less than half. Not bad. These impacts of circular design and production processes are equally significant when you scale way, way up. We are currently less than 10% circular on a global scale. That means that more than 90% of the resources and materials we extract from the earth go into landfill or are incinerated, often within a year. According to the World Resources Institute, if we can double that number, double circularity. That means moving from a linear system of take, make, waste to a circular one of careful material choices, reuse, repair, recycling, remanufacturing, reverse logistics, and smart design and policy to support all of that. If we can double that number, global greenhouse gas emissions could be reduced by 39% and our total material footprint by 28% by 2032. Not bad. So, circularity is a powerful tool, on stage and off. But how did we get to the point here at Barnard where we're able to use it intentionally and consistently? We didn't always work this way. We weren't trained to work this way at school. And largely speaking, our industry does not work this way. You might recall that moment of cognitive dissonance, clutching my yogurt cups, after which I started to change the way I designed and started talking with my colleagues. We realized early on that if we wanted to make changes in our department and make those changes stick, we couldn't depend on the occasional super green designer. We needed to build a system where every artist who walked through the door was able to work sustainably. It needed to become a habit of design and production for Barnard, our business as usual. The furniture designer Charles Eames said that design depends largely upon constraints. He knew that constraints, limits, can actually fuel a good design and make it stronger. Well, we're used to constraints in the theater. Budget, timeline, the size of the loading dock doors, a weirdly small proscenium, an absurdly large apron, bad sightlines from the balcony. Sound familiar, anyone? We work within constraints, within limits, all the time, and our designs sing for it. Right now, in most theater processes, there are no explicit constraints around social and environmental impact. If Luan made from virgin hardwood trees harvested in Southeast Asia is the cheapest and easiest way to skin a flat, then forest be damned. If we need 50 identical red t-shirts on stage for the big musical number, and the only way we can afford it is to go to the dollar store, who cares that the woman who sewed those shirts earned less than a living wage? It's art, right? Well, we weren't buying it anymore. How could we build social and environmental constraints into our business as usual? First, we look to the budget. The budget is where, after all, we're used to checking ourselves and making sure that we keep within our limits. The first thing we did was split our material line into two columns. So instead of a designer walking in the door and getting, say, $5,000 in materials, that designer would receive $2,500 in new materials and $2,500 in used materials. The budget is a tool to reflect your priorities and to track them. Why not put sustainability into it? Second, we started measuring our progress. We could easily track the dollars we spent on new and used goods, but what about the dollars we didn't spend when we pulled items from stock? In order to accurately measure the amount of used goods on stage, we needed to compare apples to apples, i.e., we needed to have a dollar value for items we pulled from stock, which are usually treated as a zero-cost element. For stock scenery, this is fairly simple. The cost of each item is estimated as if we had built it new, and we keep track of those, and each of our stock items has a price associated with them, and we can put that in the budget. For props and costumes, it's a little more complicated, given the diversity of items in our stock, even our relatively small stock. So for props and costumes, we took the entire amount of money spent purchasing or renting costumes, let's say, in a given year, and divided that by the total number of items purchased or rented. We then came up with an average dollar item per costume. In 2017, that was $27, and we did something similar for props. What we're doing is we're naming something, putting a value on something that's usually unseen and untracked. Reuse is an ancient practice in theater. We all do it. All we're doing is making it a priority and setting targets around it. I've talked a lot about reuse today because for the areas of sets, props, and costumes, it's one of the simplest and most effective tools you can use to reduce your impact. But we do sometimes have to source new goods, of course. For this, we've established some internal guidelines here at Barnard, like avoiding Luan or foam, shifting to greener products whenever possible, and when buying new, trying to buy things that will go back into our stock and be used for a long time. Material sourcing and reuse is a big way to have an impact on your practice. But there are a number of other strategies worth mentioning, not least of which is about how to make a change in your organization, in your collective habits. There was a time after we first started all of this that it started to seem silly to track all this stuff. It was just us, after all. We're a small department. And who needs more paperwork in tech, really? It was easy to drop the habit, to slip. To keep ourselves honest, we started sharing our commitments and progress publicly in our program and on our website. Created some internal accountability and somehow made it seem official. We even eventually included sustainability as part of our departmental mission statement. We started out trying to avoid filling so many dumpsters. We wound up influencing the whole mission of the department. Not bad. Of all these small steps, one of the most important things we did was realize that we needed to communicate these goals, these limits, with all our designers and directors and artists ahead of time, especially the freelancers who work with us. People are busy. They go from show to show, and there are unspoken habits and norms across the industry, most of which are pushing us to work ever faster and cheaper. If we wanted to change those norms, we needed to be clear about it and support our guest artists in meeting those goals, just like we'd support them in meeting any of their other design goals. When Anna Driftmeyer walked in the door, she knew that sustainability and circularity were part of the limits of the job, just like the size of the loading dock door or the budget. She was game and really went the extra mile, but even if she hadn't been, we tried to build a system that would help her, or even someone less awesome, design a sustainable set. We didn't just expect Anna to do this on her own, or Greg, or Reese. We learned early on that if you think just one member of the team, the set designer or the prop person or the TD, should just take care of the sustainability, it doesn't work. A prop person might try really hard to avoid ordering items on Amazon, but if the director isn't on board and doesn't understand why they can't have that rubber chicken in rehearsal tomorrow, it puts the prop person in an impossible situation. Constraints need to be shared and owned by the whole team. It's not always so easy. I remember once, one of the first times I was trying to design a sustainable set, the director said to me, you know, I'm all for the environment, theoretically at least, but I'm really worried, is this going to compromise my show? He wasn't a jerk. He was being honest. Aren't many of us worried about what we might be giving up? Haven't the commitments in theory far outpaced the commitments in reality? That director and I sat down and we talked through the ways that working within social and environmental limits, just the way we work with a budget or a schedule, might actually enrich our show and make it stronger. We went on to design a production that won several awards. More importantly, we engaged the entire shop and producing company in the process. We moved money from our material line to our labor line, spending our money in a way that was in line with our values. Finding ways to work creatively within those limits yielded a more collaborative and inclusive process and better results. But what if you're not the director or the producing organization like Barnard? How can you make change as a freelancer, a technician, the person who makes those little tape outlines on the prop table? It starts with opening the conversation while being sensitive to the realities of the world we work in. This is a survey that we did to identify common pain points in one theater company here in the US. I don't think you can read these, so I'll read them for you, and let me know if you can spot the common theme. We have general work-life problems, reliance on intern labor, expectations exceed available resources, underfunding and limited budgets, turnover of staff, overworked, exhausted, burnout, understaffed, underpaid, lack of wage equity, overcommitted, not enough time. It can feel impossible to make changes in the way we work when we're faced with burnout and exhaustion like we see here. Sustainability is not just about the environment. It's about equity and justice and people. Suzanne Mosher wrote, "Burnt out people aren't equipped to serve a burning planet." Here's something interesting we encountered when we started changing our practices here at Barnard. Prioritizing reuse changed the way we spent our money. We spent less on new materials, less on dumpsters, but sometimes found we needed to spend more on labor. Someone to source those used garments, someone to drive around the city finding the pallets or take them apart. But in a world of overwork and underpay, isn't spending money on people, not stuff, a good thing? Since 2016, the department has raised design fees by 58% and prop artisan compensation by about 70%. Reallocation of materials budgets constituted 60% of that increase. We started working on waste and wound up working on wage equity. We can prioritize spending money on artist fees, not new items. We can prioritize spending money on local small businesses or BIPOC vendors. We can create a storage space to support circular practices and spend the money we used to spend on single-use sets on a person to maintain that stock. We can spend money in a way that aligns with our values and supports an equitable and sustainable future on stage and off. It actually doesn't require changing everything we do all at once. When we make a play, we imagine impossible worlds and then make them real on stage, question by question, step by step. And we can change the world of theater, question by question, step by step. But is changing the way we work here on this little stage the end? Is that all we can do? Should do? Because let's face it, we are tasked with much more than cleaning up the performing arts. We've got a big, small planet to imagine. We've got a lot of impossible ideas to make real. And one of the biggest constraints we face is time. So, as we hold our small, fragile planet in our mind's eye with one eye on the curtain time, what do we as artists have to offer? How can we bring the skills and practices we use on stage and backstage and join our colleagues in climate science, climate activism, climate justice, policy to reimagine our world? As I mentioned, I recently joined the Columbia Climate School, and I also spent the past 5 years building the sustainability program here at Barnard. What that really means is that suddenly I was working outside the theater with all kinds of people and fields that were totally new to me. Emissions, LEED certification, ice sheets, change management. What does a theatrical set designer have to say to any of these people? I kept experiencing, weirdly, as I was talking with my new colleagues, this kind of déjà vu. And someone who couldn't be further removed from the theater, an energy consultant, a paleoclimatologist, a regenerative farmer, would tell me about their work, their challenges, I would recognize it. I would see all these little bits and pieces of what we do here in the theater, of what I did for so many years. Sometimes I would see a gap, a place where someone was struggling with something, and I would think, wait, we know how to do that. We do that all the time in the theater. Last week I was talking with a colleague from the climate school, Richard Seeger. Richard is a climate modeler who works on atmosphere-ocean interaction. He told me a story about the development of the Norwegian cyclone model by Jacob Bjerknes and his colleagues in the years during and after World War I. This audience might well ask, as I did, what is a Norwegian cyclone model? Bjerknes and his team were studying storms. As Richard explained, they were able to collect extensive surface observations of pressure, temperature, precipitation, cloud cover, and humidity. Not my words, you can tell. But they did not have any measurements above the ground. This was around 1918, remember? Nonetheless, they extrapolated from their limited data on the two-dimensional field an image of a three-dimensional cyclone in order to create meteorological forecasts. Just as Eleanor Fuchs advised, Again, here's Richard's words. Through a combination of rigorous analysis and extreme creativity, they were able to imagine a phenomenon that could not be seen in its entirety in order to tell a story about the future. Listening to Richard, I recognized this process. It's the work of a designer, a director, who takes whatever facts or data points exist in a script, a two-dimensional page, and through a similar blend of rigorous analysis and extreme creativity, creates something three-dimensional that can speak for itself. Like Norwegian meteorologists, in theater, we do this collaboratively, knowing that every person on the show matters, from the playwright to the person who puts the little tape outlines on the prop table. And we work within constraints, accepting that limits, whether the budget for a set or the carrying capacity of a natural resource, will ultimately fuel our work and make it stronger. These skills are not trifling. This is what the theater demands of us. But it's also what the world demands in the face of climate change. Aviana Rodriguez wrote, "The old myths will die when we can replace them with new ones. We need our storytellers, a mighty force, to help us shift our mythology and imagine a new future where together we thrive with nature." Whether you are creating a set for a play or a meteorological forecast or beautiful little tape outlines on a prop table, you are telling a story about who we are and the world we want to live in. You are that mighty force. So hold that small, fragile planet in your mind's eye, squinting as you imagine that impossible world, and then make it real. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tara Sansoni. I'm the Executive Director of Materials for the Arts based in Queens, New York.
Hello. Hi.
And I'm here
I think we are not at that stage yet, so please just wait. Give me 1 minute. Okay. Hi. It's John and Sarah. Nice to meet you. Okay. So 我刚刚这个演说是来自于一个舞台设计师哦。那我每一次听一次，感动一次。他刚刚特别提到的一个重要的事情是，钱不一定。
She talked about something really important, and that instead of spending money on materials and sets, we should invest in people, and that's very important. So if you are interested in getting a salary raise, you are in luck. Our president, Mr. Chen, is here, so work harder. So a little bit about what I feel from hearing Sandra's talk. She talked about having a conversation with a director. She said that the director mentioned about limits of budgets, time, human resources, and even the size of the loading dock. And if that's true, why not we treat reduce, recycle, and reuse as just yet another limit to theater? I think that's a very good proposal. Now that we already have Tara and John with us.
So long, right? So I'm going to introduce you in Chinese. Okay. 接下来呢，我们
Please join me in welcoming Tara Sanson and John Cloud Kaiser for the second talk. They will talk about materials for the arts, NYC's largest creative reuse center.
Go for it.
Good evening. thank you for inviting John and I. We want to thank the Taipei National University for the Arts for including us in this wonderful presentation. And we are live from New York City. And we're on the first slide. And this is a snapshot of our logo and inside of our warehouse. And we can move to the second slide, please. Materials for the Arts is a program of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. We've been around for 44 years. We serve the arts and culture participants in New York. We are a membership-based organization, and our members consist of schools, arts organizations, social service providers, and social justice organizations. We have a 35,000 square foot warehouse space in Long Island City. We are open 5 days a week, 3 days a week. Our loading dock is open to accepting donations, and 2 days a week, we offer these donations for free to our members. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, great. Thank you for having us. John, I'm gonna...
We can hear you, but the echo is a little bit.
可以听到，但是音讯好像不是很好。
By maybe turning down the speaker from your computer.
Sure, let me see.
Yeah, yeah, echo. Is it possible to just put on your earphones so that we can reduce the echo from your computer? You got the one earphone with you? AirPod maybe? Did you?
I'm going to grab some earphones.
I'll keep going here.
Great.
But John is okay. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. You can see sometimes the sound has a little echo if it travels across the world, and we're very excited to join you and really to advocate for some of these ideas and futuristic perspectives that Sandra has so graciously shared and that you all are so graciously intending to enact in your own programs. But most importantly, we really just want to show you how in New York City, this type of a reuse arts program works, has worked, and has existed in New York since 1977. And you can see in the image here, our warehouse in action. We operate this fantastic, huge space that is rough in the sense that it's a warehouse, but it creates beauty across New York City. You can see here people with shopping carts. It's like a store, except that all the things in the store have been donated by companies that are trying to reduce their waste, but also theaters and artists that are trying to contribute to not throwing out the things that they have left over. So whether it's a theater that's donating its leftovers and then reusing other leftovers, this is one of these fantastic systems that provides help for the environment, but also saves artists and theater companies literally millions of dollars in our city. If we can see the next slide, please. So here you can see the building that we're located in. One important thing to mention is that we're located in the center of New York. And it's important that we're located right in the city because anyone that has to come get supplies has to use potentially a vehicle or transportation. And the farther that we would be located out of the city, the more gas would have to be used to make this possible. And our goal is to help the environment. And so by being centrally located, not only are we helping reduce the amount of transportation, but we're also making our materials available for all of the people in the city. So everyone has an equal distance that can come to receive these supplies. You can see that we are a city agency. We are a program that's literally run through the city. And in doing so, we are able to save our own city money in terms of the ways that it would have to spend money on the arts. And so we are on the third floor of a big building, and the city doesn't actually own the building. It rents the building, but the amount of money that it saves is drastic. Tara?
So we can go on to the next slide. Is this better? Can you guys hear me? Okay, great. So like I said, we have a 35,000 square foot space. 25,000 square feet of this space is warehouse space. There's a loading dock, like John said. We have 2 freight elevators. We use 10,000 square foot of this space for classrooms. We try to utilize all of the space we have to the maximum. The entranceway into the warehouse is used as a gallery. We have this 25,000 square foot warehouse that is set up like a store. Each aisle is designated to a different material, whether it is a fabric aisle, we have office furniture, we have a paint room, we have arts and craft aisles and housewares where we have donations mostly from film and media companies and from film shoots and television, so that when our members come into our warehouse to shop, they enter through the gallery, so they're able to see art made by our artists in residency, and they're able to understand what careers in the arts look like. They grab a shopping cart, and they're able to walk through our entire warehouse, grabbing everything they need before they hit the back, and they get checked out, and they go onto the elevator. We also have some other rooms at Materials for the Arts that we use for an artist studio and some storage spaces when we tend to have an abundance of donations. We can go on to the next slide.
So sometimes people ask us, how did this become created? And I think people are hoping to create more facilities like this in cities around the world. We talk to people from countries around the world, giving them advice on how to create their own reuse facilities. Now, the first thing we always say is it starts with the concept of sustainability. Not every city has the same economy, the same communities, the same situations. So in order to start a sustainable facility, one needs to do it in your own unique way. There's not one solution. It needs to be, in a sense, reverse engineered. So we can tell you about how it was created in New York. In New York, in the 1970s, there was an artist working at the zoo in New York City. And the zoo needed a refrigerator to store the little milk bottles for the baby animals. And so this was before computers, et cetera. And so she did a mail campaign where she sent letters out asking for donations of refrigerators. And she was surprised to get 100 or more refrigerators. And all of a sudden, she realized, and the institution she was within realized, that there was something here. Now, because she happened to be a New Yorker, and in New York, the arts is a really big part of our economy, the Department of Cultural Affairs became the guardians and the guides of this new reuse approach. And it was small at first, but it quickly grew because there is, sadly, so much leftover materials in our society. And as it grew, the space grew. And it went from one museum's basement to a larger space in another building and a larger space in another building until our current space is massive. And it happened organically. It happened naturally. These materials came in, people needed them, and as there became more demand, there became more materials and more demand, and it continued to grow. One thing we're incredibly proud of is the fact that it's part of the arts in New York, in that we serve not only the artists, but the art community stands as leaders in sustainability in New York because of it. We're proud that the leadership of Materials for the Arts has been women over the years. We've been working with communities that are trying to start themselves in the arts, trying to work with social justice, with equity in the arts. And all of these elements connect back to this idea of sustainability. So today, we can't stop it. It's so big and so in demand that it just keeps growing, and we just keep helping save more and more materials from the landfills. Next slide for Tara, please.
I'm going to take this opportunity. This is a slide, an image of our warehouse. And you can see there's rolls and rolls of fabric and other items. I want to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about our donors and how our donor base has been cultivated over the years. Materials for the Arts has corporate donors, small businesses, big businesses. We have individual donors. We collect donations from artists. And I believe I'm going to quote John in saying that, you know, Materials for the Arts gets the real art materials that aren't just crayons and colored pencils and glue sticks, but marley, which is flooring used for dancers, or paint that's used in set design, or flats that theater groups use when they're building sets, and beautiful fabric that is used to make theater curtains. And the alternative for these materials come to us rather than going into landfill. And we're able to then take these incredible art materials and give them away for free to our membership base. So it's a heavy lift because there's a lot of industry in New York City. Are you still hearing an echo, or am I just hearing?
You're good.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that this is not uncomfortable for anyone. So because we're able to take all these materials in, they come in so quickly, they go out just as quickly. With 2 shopping days a week, I would just like to give you a snapshot of the members that come in on a typical shopping day. We might have a very small theater group that's doing a tiny production somewhere up in Harlem. We also might be serving the public theater, who has a huge production going on. We serve teachers that are doing arts programming in classrooms, but we also serve performers and dancers and visual artists and city agencies. We do a lot of social work as well. Because of the abundance of items that we're able to take and also keep out of landfill, we're then able to turn these items around and give them away to New Yorkers in need, such as children living in shelters. You know, we give art materials so social workers and art therapists can have really quality materials to use when working with children. Some of the other donations that we receive are very large. So in order for us to stay with, you know, contemporary and with the times, we created a virtual donation platform called Direct Donations, where, for example, a donor wants to donate 9-foot tall. I'll use a good example. Everyone's familiar with Burberry, the fashion company. They often have very large props. And there was a time where they gave us 2 truckloads filled with 9-foot props that were beautifully made and very big and very heavy. And we took them in, and rather than them going to landfill, there's actually a photo of them coming up in one of the slides, and I'll be able to point them out to you. So these gorgeous animals ended up being on the roof of a fashion organization that does fashion shows, sustainable fashion shows. Some of these animals went to the Staten Island Zoo and became part of the landscape at the zoo. So we really try to be a resource for industry in New York City, like the fashion industry, for example. And a benefit for them to donate rather than to dump is that they see their money being not going to waste, and these beautiful items being put to use and having a second life. Which brings us to slide 7, which is a snapshot of a shopping day at Materials for the Arts. John, do you want to do this one?
Sure. I think the thing that we're kind of trying to emphasize throughout this is kind of how sometimes a program like this seems complicated, but in the end, kind of in Sandra's image of just looking at that, that planet from a distance, it's very simple. It's simply that there's all of these materials out there that can be reused and can literally save a city, even one as big as New York City, millions of dollars. Every year, we have over 4,000 member organizations come through Materials for the Arts for supplies. We provide those materials for free of charge. And for the small amount of our operating budget, we literally return upwards of $10 million into the city. So whether that's $4 million for the public schools, which literally doubles the supply budget of the public schools arts programs, or it's the additional $6 million that go into all these theater companies and arts productions, not to mention the $10 million that these various companies can talk about and advocate in terms of their own work with helping with sustainability to their own clients. And so the system, like a library or like any simple program, an apple falling from the tree, leaving seeds, growing a new tree, works naturally. And here you can see the process in action. Go to the next slide.
Here is this giant, beautiful giraffe that was sitting in a Burberry flagship store in West Palm Beach, Florida, that was destined for landfill, but then came to the warehouse. There were several of these items that we were able to distribute across the city through our membership base. I want to take this time to talk a little bit about our programs at Materials for the Arts. John is the director of education there, and Materials for the Arts would not be in existence if we did not have backing from the city of New York. We are a city program, so the city values this program and allows us to run this huge space. So it's dedicated to the arts. The Department of Cultural Affairs is dedicated to arts and culture in New York City and wants to see Materials for the Arts thrive. We also have a not-for-profit partner that helps us cover the cost of the things that the city might not be able to pay for. And through the not-for-profit, we are able to run programs, such as the programs that are running in the Education Center. We have a professional development program where we teach teachers how to come into the warehouse and how to use the materials. Otherwise, they're walking around the warehouse, and as you can see in the slide, there's a lot of spools of large spools of thread, and there are other items that are not traditional art materials. So we train the teachers how to use these materials so they can go back to their schools and they can teach the students about environmental sustainability, so that our students are learning at a very young age that you don't have to be wealthy or have money to be an artist. You can look right in your own kitchen or in your closet and take some items and use them to be able to make art. in addition to the education program, having a professional development workshop, we also have field trips that we offer for free through our fundraising from our not-for-profit. And we raise money through our corporate sponsors and foundations and grants to sponsor these schools to be able to come to us. We have about 2 schools a day that come to two classes a day, 30 kids per class. And a snapshot of what that day looks like for them is they're able to walk through our gallery and see all of the art created by the artist in resident who has an art studio in the back of our warehouse. They're able to walk through the warehouse and look at all the items that have been donated that were destined for landfill, but were hijacked and brought into our warehouse. Then they're able to go into the classrooms, and led by our teaching artists, they're able to engage in a hands-on art making activity where they're learning about sustainability. So our donations are not only going to incredible arts organizations that are doing great programming in New York City and some of the theater programs and our visual arts programs in the city, but we're also teaching young New York City public school kids about sustainability through our programming. So every day we have probably about 60 kids that are working through our warehouse.
And if we could see the next slide.
I want to interrupt you for a second. Do you have a AirPod or something you can earphone so the echo from Tara starting again? Do you have? I'm just wondering if both of you wear the AirPod, maybe would help the echo reduce it a little bit.
Maybe what we could do, I don't have AirPods in front of me right now, but
fine.
what we could do is we can mute each other back and forth.
Yes,
okay.
I'll
We'll
mute
just
while
mute
John's
back and
talking.
forth.
Yeah, thank you.
So one thing we wanted to show here is just an example, and as Tara mentioned, the idea that you know, we have this system that involves reusing, reducing the waste, etc. But the other aspect of it involves really leaning into and tapping the creative community to show how this can be done in fantastic ways. So in this situation, you can see dancers, and we've done programs with dance companies across New York City, and whether it's donating a whole, you know, literally thousands of dollars worth of dance materials to dancers, or donating thousands of dollars worth of materials to dance schools, we're contributing to the whole wellness of the dance communities thinking about sustainability from, you know, childhood all the way until the end, and both contribute to one another.
John, I would like to talk about this slide for a moment. This was an incredible opportunity. We received a phone call from Karen Brooks Hopkins, who is President Emerita of BAM, the Brooklyn Academy of Music. She got a tip on a donation of 11,000 dance shoes that did not have a home, and they did not know what they were going to do with them. So we accepted 20 pallets of 11,000 dance shoes, and we did a huge giveaway. We served 500 Department of Education dance teachers, and some of the quotes that we heard from teachers that day were that some of their kids had never worn dance shoes in their lives. So these teachers were leaving with dance shoes for all of their classes and dance costumes for their classes. And we served the smallest dance company to the largest dance companies in New York City. And I guess the point is, we never know what we're going to receive at Materials for the Arts. We always have to be ready for anything because that's sustainability, and our mission is to keep things out of landfill. So we're always up to accept as much as we possibly can, and then we're tasked to find a home for it. So we don't have too much time left. So John, I think we should, do you want to do the people's bus?
Yeah, so we're just want to basically showing you these images to just walk you through the fact that this is a reality. If we could just show you these last few slides. This next slide here is an example of community. Yeah, then this is an example of people that are using these materials to go all around the city to showcase programs in public, which is again another way to show how these materials work. And if I could show you the next slide, here's students working in our classroom. When you're opening a reuse facility, remember that a huge stakeholder in your community is your education department. If you're able to support the education department as well, that's saving millions of dollars for your city. So besides thinking in terms of theater departments donating to theaters, when theaters donate to schools and schools are learning about theater, it can be retroactive. And if I can see the next slide, really to conclude, we just wanted to show you the most important thing, which is something again that Sandra mentioned. The future is sustainability. So the aesthetic, the beauty, the look of art as we go forward must and will involve sustainability. The past is the past and the future is the future. So the art programs that we host at Materials for the Arts, the theater programs that we work with, they are the best and the most beautiful because they engage with sustainability. There's no other way except to go forward. And so it's not a sacrifice to do sustainable art. It is art. It is art that thinks about sustainability, and it's art that thinks about our planet, and it's art that is current, and it's art that will thrive. And so we really deeply thank you for having us here today and for allowing us to show you how this kind of a program can work. And we remind you, whether it's looking at an artist like this in our volunteer program or our Third Thursday performers, our curbside pickup, all these programs require you to back into and think about what works for your community, what are your needs, what are the reusable materials you have, and how can you donate and support and start a program like Materials for the Arts. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for sharing. We already have a question from the meeting room, but I have to speak in Chinese, in Mandarin, so that I have my translator, so you can hear from me. The first question is Mandarin. 如何
How do we manage these reused goods so that they don't just go to single a few entities only? How do we make it more accessible to all kinds of groups and individuals? I also have another question from myself.
I'm curious about, please hold on your answer until I say you can answer our question. So I saw a lot of donations, okay, and from the enterprise or from the personal, but I'm curious about the budget for the space, for the warehouse, for the staff, and also for the operation yearly. I'm just curious about it. If you have some rough number, maybe you can share with us later. But also, I want to share with you. 再麻烦这个翻译老师帮。
I'll switch to Mandarin. So this year, while prepping for this forum, we really wanted to duplicate the program you have, MFTA, for the venue decoration, actually. And I'd like to share a few pictures with you, if you don't mind. Can we see the photos? This one. So this is my work actually. So we reuse materials to do this installation. These materials are recycled from the leftovers of our theater department, as well as the giant elephant ear plant that's everywhere across our campus. Also, across our venue, there are signboards, signages, also made from recyclable materials, reused goods. These are all our efforts to use local items to embody the spirit of recycle, reuse, repurpose. Just something I'd like to share with you. And now I'd like to invite a panelist to join us. It's my honor to welcome Mr. Chen Jincheng, Chairman of Performing Arts Alliance. Please be seated, Mr. Chen. So after hearing from these three amazing presenters, I believe you probably have some ideas, feedback for us. So let's start with you, if you don't mind. Good morning, everyone. Yesterday is the first day of the forum, and yesterday we talked about different topics. And this forum is amazing in that it touches upon so many topics about sustainability. Yesterday we talked about sustainable operation in theater.
好，我想那个就变成是说，今天其实。
So today we talked about, climate change is real. We need to embrace sustainability. And so time is running out. We need to act fast, but at the same time, as we've heard from so many presenters, a lot of the speakers have pointed out that it's a project in Europe, it's a project in New York City. What is the right path for Taiwan, for us in Taiwan? We know it's important, we know it's urgent, but we need also a solution that is suitable for Taiwan's context. And this is an endless journey. We all embark on it at some point, and there's no turning back. And I think now for Taiwan, the government needs to play an active, supportive role. In my capacity as the chairman of Performing Arts Alliance, I believe we need support from the government in terms of space. We don't have much space or warehouse, and we need a mindset shift. How do we create that positive loop where you get donations and you give? But these projects seem too good to be true for us in Taiwan, but it's already happening for a long time in New York. So we need to quicken the pace. But then a big challenge is mindset, and also other constraints. Where do you find partners across different sectors? How do you engage stakeholders? And how do you use a warehouse space in a smart way, a strategic way? And how do you arrange the logistics of the in and out of materials. For example, 11,000 of dance shoes. Do you have enough space for that? How do you effectively use the space, right? These are all things that you need to consider. And as Tara and John pointed out, it's in New York City. And if we look at Taiwan, I think then the capital, Taipei, would be the best location. And they said they are located right in the center. So where do we find such a place? In Taipei, right? Such creative reuse center is awesome, but there will be challenges in implementation. We need to take an inventory of our resources available and how do we deploy them. So I think I would love to hear from Tara and John how they select and deploy resources for both receiving and giving. How do we implement internal accountability for the donations? How do we make sure we would use the donations well? And your insights will be highly appreciated and super helpful for us here in Taiwan. I think for us, management is what we can learn so much from you. Thank you, Mr. Chen.
From the Slido, I would like you guys to think about it, and then maybe you can answer them together. So the first question is in English. Thanks for joining us live from NYC. Curious if MFTA ends up with too much in stock and not enough space. How to distribute and circulate more efficiently. So that is the question from the Slido. Another two questions. Wow, we have a lot of questions. How?
Should I answer any of them?
Not yet. Because somebody write in English, so I try to be honest. Okay. 接下来呢, sorry. 接下来
And then a question in Mandarin. So question for Sandra. When you need to purchase new items, do you have a recommended list? We hope, of course, to be environmentally friendly and that cause less harm, minimize harm to environment. And another question for Sandra. How do you help or encourage students to embrace sustainability and embody that in their productions or work? What kinds of support or resources would schools provide? Any other questions from the floor? No. Okay. Thank you for waiting.
Casually to answer all these questions. So how about we start from Sandra? Okay. Here we go.
So I heard the two questions. I'll take them in reverse order. I think it's a very good question of how do we teach students to begin to design this way from the beginning. I was not trained as a designer to think about sustainability or really to think about my material choices in terms of anything other than how they would look or perform at the end. I wasn't trained to think about where they came from or how to choose materials responsibly. So I do two things in my classes. I teach design. And one is we spend some time studying the materials, not just how they look or their structural properties, but doing some very simple life cycle analysis of commonly used theatrical materials so that my students can understand what it means to choose a material like Luan or MDF or cotton, so that that can be part of their decision-making process, which relates to the first question, which was, what do you do when you have to buy new materials? And I'm glad somebody asked that, because of course you can't, or it's very hard to use 100% reclaimed materials. And in fact, I wouldn't argue for that. We are going to use some new materials. And so we have created a little, very simple guideline, a simple checklist for ourselves, a kind of hierarchy. So first, we try to use what we have in stock. Second, we try to use used materials that are available locally. Then, if we have to buy new, we're trying to buy sustainably and ethically sourced new materials, things that are renewable resources. And then the lowest on the hierarchy would be something that is, toxic or cannot be recycled easily, like, for example, a vinyl drop for rear projection. In that case, if we have to buy something like that, we try to buy something that can go in our stock and stay there for a very long time. And then we have some materials that we simply say we just don't use them anymore. Luan, foam, and certain kinds of toxic paints or sprays. So we acknowledge we're going to buy new, and we try to do that as best we can.
Thank you. 我稍微在这个
I think carbon footprinting is different in the US and in Asia. And Luan is grown in Southeast Asia. So it's a long trip from Southeast Asia to the US. But in Taiwan, it's a little bit closer. So it's different for us.
About any of the question asked? Oh, sorry, Sandra, you have one more question to answer, right? Sandra.
I think there was the question of how do you teach it?
Right.
And then how do you buy new materials? Was there a third?
Oh, no. Okay.
Well, there's many questions, and we're still all trying to find the answer too. But
go for it.
I think in the end, it has to do I think with this idea of is this possible? Are these possible? Are these approaches possible? And I think that it's really, there are actually some kind of really basic best practices that we like to talk about. So when it comes to talking about space, how can we get a space for this program in Taiwan? How can we communicate the value of it? Well, I can tell you that our operation with the space and staff costs, roughly $2 million a year. Every year we give back to the city of New York $10 million. Boom, that's it. The math is done, right? It's not a hard sell when you can make your city $8 million and help the environment. So right away, any business person, any city planner just needs to look at the math and immediately they can see the value in it. Now, are there empty buildings that can be used in New York City and Taiwan? Both cities are we're talking about cities, right? Taipei, we're talking about places that are crowded and, like you say, space is a premium, but New York's the same thing. But when you look at the math of the value that can be returned, it's immediately an easy solution to say, let's find a space that's available. It's not a free space. It's a space that will earn our city returns. And if that money is additionally used for schools, and if those resources are given to schools as well, and then immediately that's, in a sense, money that the schools would be required to, ask the government for. And so it's saving money for the economy and for the very funders that need that money. In terms of Sanders' approach to quantifying the reused materials, I think that's very, very important. What is the value of these materials? How can we create a value for them and then really communicate that? Because they do have a value. But in another sense, too, in the sense of landfills, the government is responsible for garbage, for removing all of this garbage, for transporting it, for storing it, for putting it in places. But when those elements that would normally be put in the garbage are instead reused, it saves the city money. So we do have a relationship with our garbage department in New York City. We know, we communicate with them. They brag about it. They know exactly the amount of money they save in having this reuse facility. The education department in New York City, they know exactly the amount of money that they save by having this relationship in New York City. But all they have to do is provide this small space and a staff of 20 to 30 people to run a program. And in terms of the idea of how do we manage, Tara can speak a little bit more on the logistics of how the materials go in and out. But if someone says, what happens if you have too many supplies? I use the example of a box. Imagine if you have a box under your bed or in your house, and that's the only amount that you have to store things in. Well, when that box is full, then you don't put any more things in it until you've put those things out. And you hope you could someday have a bigger box. And then when you're using all those materials in that box, maybe you do get a bigger box because you realize the value in it. But just because a box has limits doesn't mean it's not useful to still have that box. There's always going to be a potentially bigger box. And so I think that we can't say that, we just have to say this is the space we have and this is what we work with. And when we see this working, then perhaps we can get a bigger space. And then when we see that working, we can get a bigger space. And those are some of the principles of sustainable design as well.
And I think that once you start, you have to start somewhere. And once you start, the program will grow. And having backing of a city behind you, like the government behind you, we have reuse. We have people coming to us from all over the world asking how we are successful at what we do. And I believe having the city backing us and covering the cost of our rent and our trucking is so important, is really important. So the city understanding the value of us keeping these things out of landfill and then giving them to organizations in New York City that are thriving because they're getting these free resources is also very, very important. So, and when you're in the position where you're taking things in and giving things away, your membership base just grows and grows. And then you have a network of people that who to tap into when you have a certain type of donation. For example, the dance community and dance shoes. There was a time where we took $500,000 worth of permanent markers in 2 years ago. And we just tapped into all of the visual arts organizations in New York City, and we moved those art supplies within a month's time. And as you start your organization and you continue to grow, your membership base grows, and then you're able to take in as much as you can to supply your members with items. The other thing I don't think I fully was able to explain that we also have a virtual program. So sometimes we don't necessarily want the carbon footprint of having large amounts of furniture driven to Materials for the Arts in a truck, only for a member to come and have to rent a truck to take it out of our space and bring it to their space. So because we have 5,000 members, we can send an e-blast out and say, who is interested in these theater flats and these theater curtains? And we post it on a database. And then, for example, Sandra's group at Barnard College might say, we would love those theater curtains. They just came down from the Public Theater in New York City. And then we match the donor with the recipient, eliminating the third party of bringing it to us and then leaving us. So you have to think creatively about the limitations of your space and using the program and your database to the capacity. So, we work very hard with a small team, and I'm sure you would too in Taipei, because you have people that are so passionate about sustainability. When we get an abundance of items in, we work that much harder to get rid of them. And just when we think we have too much stuff, we manage to do an e-blast to all of our members and clean the warehouse out, only to have it filled the next day. So, because we believe so much in sustainability, it is hard for us to say no to things. And like John said, when the box is full, it's full, but then we put some things on top of the box and on top of the box and on top of the box until people take away from the box. But I also want to say one more thing is during the pandemic, the arts community in New York City was decimated. Artists and performers were not able to work, and we had to rethink having people into our warehouse because we were shut down. So we were working curbside and we were giving as much as we could away by almost having a flea market in our loading dock. But then we also thought, Materials for the Arts membership base would only support arts organizations and schools. We thought we have to broaden this program and rethink about arts and culture in New York City and think about what the definition of arts and culture means. And that could mean reaching out to formerly incarcerated adults who were trying to have a new start in life and putting art materials in their hands so they can learn a trade. Supporting social justice groups, especially during the protests in New York City during the pandemic. We opened our doors to include LGBTQ groups and other organizations that we might not have given membership to in the past, not because we didn't want to, but it just didn't fit our criteria. So we broadened our criteria. And the benefit of that was we were able to take in more stuff. We were able to give more stuff away. And it put us in a different category. And we were applying for grants that we might not have been able to receive before, because now we're supporting individual artists in a way that we hadn't before, supporting immigrant organizations in a way that we hadn't before. So, we did the meaningful work, and we're reaping the benefits of that now because of the appreciation for what we do by foundations that are supporting us by giving us grant money to continue to do what we do.
Thank you, Tara. And guys, I think we still have 5 minutes. Maybe I start from 景晨老师，你这边有没有什么要补充说明？
Mr. Chen, do you have anything to add? I think what intrigued me most is that within the regulatory restrictions of the law in the US, you know how to work within that constraint, and you know how to achieve your goals within that regulatory framework. I think that's what's needed in Taiwan. And also, you mentioned the grants you applied to. I think a lot of what you said intrigued me in that how we can apply your model in Taipei. For example, you talk about the selection of space and what kind of value we can return to other organizations. You talk about the exchange of value, and I think that's very important. Also, you talked about you don't put a limit on the selection and you adapt your criteria for membership. I think that's also we need to learn from. So what about your membership? So what kind of criteria you have for membership, or what criteria you have for who can use your materials and who cannot? And you're running it as a nonprofit, so I want to learn from your experience. And in Taiwan, it's difficult for us to determine who can be our member and who cannot. I'm sorry to interrupt. One more question. Do you have organizations like one that we have in Taiwan is to collect trash or dump divers? Or is there a conflict of interest with organizations that are dedicated to collecting trash?
Dumpster diving.
Dumpster divers here, I'd imagine the three of us.
Thank you. 我们现场还有没有来宾？我们
I think we can. Sorry. What is that?
Say is that the way we do our membership is simply that people apply, and so there's literally they have to advocate to show that they are, first of all, in the early days, it was just for arts. It was only for artists. So in arts across the field. And so they had to actually show that through the application process that they were doing actual artwork and they weren't just going to come and get these supplies and sell them. They were really going to use these for art. And then as time went on, we were able to add in schools. And we have a pretty good system in New York of showing that people are coming from schools. And so we were able to add that in. And as Tara was referring to, then we were able to add in some of these kind of social groups, even things such as libraries, community centers. And so it's an application process where we just literally go through analysis of each member and make sure that they're following the criteria of serving the community. And that seems to be a good way to start.
I do want to add that you have to be a 501c3. You have to have not-for-profit status to apply for membership at Materials for the Arts, unless you are a school.
Okay.
But in Taipei, you might not use that system. So I would recommend just some type of a membership system where you're basically analyzing each member to see whether or not they're actually just an arts group or not.
Okay.
And accountability could lie in, there was a time where we had each member, when they received items, we required them to write a thank you note to the donor. Now what we do is, in this contemporary time, we ask them to show us what they're doing with the materials by tagging us on social media and also sending us images so we see the materials at use.
Okay. 非常感谢
I'd like to thank you, all three of you, for joining us today, for so much valuable insight. And I know there's so much more to talk about. I really hope we could continue to engage with you from Taipei to New York to anywhere in the world. Due to time constraint, we're sorry to not be able to talk more. Give them a round of applause for the three amazing speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Good night.
感谢主讲人、主持人与谈
谢谢
人的精彩
陈
交流。
启陈老师，谢谢。
Next up, our keynote speech 2 will begin in 11:15.
感谢各位现场及线。
Thank you for joining us. Good morning, everyone. Our keynote speech 2, Sustainable Design, will begin shortly. We are very honored to invite Marita and President of TNUA to be our moderators. Hello, everyone. I am Marita Huang, Curator and Advisor to TNUA. Very honored to be here, joined by the President of TNUA, Mr. Kai Huang Chen, to welcome you to this keynote speech. Our speaker today is Mr. Naoto Fukasawa. He is the key driver behind Muji's minimalist design concept. His works, his designs embody the spirit of minimalism and aesthetics. And he also has rich insights on how we often unconsciously use items in our daily life. And he translates those insights into the design of his works. I am a big fan of Muji, and I'm very honored to be the moderator for this session. And we are honored also to have Fukasawa-san to join us online. Later, we would also have Mr. Zhang Jiyi, President of Taiwan Design Research Institute, to join us as a panelist. So for this session, we would begin with Fukasawa-san's presentation. And after that, we will be joined by President Chen and President Zhang for a discussion. President Zhang from TDRI would also give us a presentation on how circular design is incorporated in TDRI's projects. We would also have 10 minutes Q&A at the end. I believe a lot of us here are big fans of Mr. Naoto Fukasawa-san. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Naoto Fukasawa. It's my honor to be here at the forum. Thank you for inviting me. It is a great pleasure. The topic for this year's forum is sustainability. Probably not really directly related to me, but yes, sustainability is a buzzword, but how do we execute it? Actually, there are a lot of considerations, angles into sustainability, and that's what I would like to talk about today, to share my personal experience. Let me share my screen. First, I would like to talk about good design and sustainable design. This April, I was in Italy, attending an event in Venice. There was an island, and there was an exhibition on the beauty of the East and the West. So you see all sorts of artwork from both the East and the West. It's an amazing exhibition. The exhibition features craftsmanship. And displays how craftsmanship is embodied in the artwork. And the concept of sustainable design helps us rediscover the aesthetics of crafts and reflects on whether mass production is the right way, and leads us to rediscover the beauty of handcrafts. The topic of my presentation is good design is sustainable. Good stuff won't be thrown away. They keep changing hands. They keep being used. Their lifetime extended. And for me, that is sustainability. And a good design should be sustainable. Before I dive deeper into sustainability, I'd like to introduce a term with all of you. This is also discussed in AI development. The term is emergence. So what is emergence? It's not an accumulation of different characteristics, but derived from physics and biology, and refers to the phenomenon or state in which autonomous elements accumulate and become organized. It is a key term. Let us go into next slide first. Take this, for example, school of fish. They're swimming in the sea. They each are an individual fish, but in that you see emergence. They are not led by a single fish, but as a group, they constitute a phenomenon. Order is a complex concept. This is a bird's eye view of Tokyo City. The emergence in nature. And here, you also see emergence. Sustainable design can be implemented in so many different ways. And here, life must be integrated. Our life has to be in an integrated status.
Buildings and objects, they are divided into different realms. And within these fields or realms, we make breakthroughs and integrate those back to our life. Design connects people. This is a building built a year ago. It's one of our studios. It's also where we live and we work, all merged into one. So I am sitting right inside this building, talking to you. It's a beautiful environment. We create beautiful objects, and we live life we enjoy a beautiful life. And that's what I define as design. It's a very important concept. Design must be integrated. Now, as we look around the world, design education is separated into different disciplines. But in life, you use objects or buildings designed from different disciplines. However, in life, they are not separated. I will skip a few slides here. What we saw just now is a recap of the designs I've done, and it's actually a footage prepared by Tama Art University, where I'm teaching right now. So as you see, design is integrated into different areas. Everything in life must be integrated. So we need to teach our students this way, and that's why we founded this department at Tama Art University. In this slide, I'm trying to show a very important understanding I think we should have in life. People always choose to live unconsciously. Death and life is connected. As we walk, as we put our hands on the table, we do it unconsciously. And we are living by doing these actions. If we make the wrong decision, it could take us to the direction of death. And when we're doing things unconsciously, we are not actually making a conscious decision. For us, it's very natural. We are doing it naturally without thinking too much about it. And this kind of natural behavior is deeply connected with design. For example, if we were to place the pen on a tray, how can we, what is the so-called proper way to put a pen? We do things unconsciously. So we have these actions and behavior. And based on that observation, we designed this tray for pens. And the body knows our environment better than our mind, actually. So we do a lot of things without thinking. And these behavior are natural and beautiful. And this is a pen holder. On top of this holder, there are only holes. When we put the pens in, they form a kind of order. People do not like conscious behavior. So for us, the natural behavior are what's beautiful, and these are what sustainability is about. And for human beings, when we rediscover things that we weren't conscious about, it brings us joy. And when that happens, we put it into words. We say, wow, oh, aha, yeah, how did you know? I thought so too. What's most interesting among all these phrases is how did you know? Before I create design, I am triggered by the question, how did you know? Human beings tend to like the same things, have the same tendencies. Actually, we are aware, we do it before we know it. People naturally choose toward the path of living without thinking much about it. The next slide. People unconsciously and naturally choose beautiful ways of thinking. So if something occurred to us as odd, it's easy for us to pick up. And because we actually know it unconsciously, and that's how we can spot odd things. We naturally choose things that are beautiful or in the direction of beauty. And actually, that's the meaning of life. We need to have a better understanding of our body, and that's very important in design. A US psychologist proposed the idea of affordance. And affordance are the values or meaning that people find in their environment. For example, we have the umbrella here. We naturally put it there. We naturally put the tip of the umbrella in the between the tiles. This is a very natural behavior, and that gave us the idea to make the umbrella holder. So it suffices to create a dent along the tiles. Now let's take a look at the video.
状況が人間の行為を誘発するというのを
Circumstances trigger human action. We do things not after thinking over it. A lot of the times our actions are triggered by our circumstances or environment. For example, the milk carton here happened to be placed on top of the rail, which is also square shape. And that's because the person is attracted or notice that the top of the rail is also the shape of the bottom of the milk carton. And Richard Wentworth took photos of human behavior. It's a British photographer. Here, someone used a rain boot to hold the door. These are our observations. Now, this someone used the cap of a bottle to hold cigarette butt. And people place cups within the rails. And we use something to guard the window, guard a broken window, or the alarm is falsely triggered. We put something to get it stuck. Here, the bar is not open yet, so someone placed a chair there to stop people from going in. People do these things naturally. I think that's where we start. Making do, getting by is very natural. And this is how we live. Based on these ideas, we are able to create many different products. For example, on top of this umbrella, we create a dent where it can be used to hold bags or luggage. Even without the dent, people would hang things naturally on top of the umbrella. It just makes it easier. And this lamp here, at the bottom is a tray where you can put a lot of stuff. For example, when you go home, after you can put keys or watches here. Let me play a video.
So in the video, you can see how it works. You place your watch there, and then you switch on the switch, and this action is so natural. You just want to do it. You won't press it up down. You just switch it down, switch it up. And take this rice cooker, for example. There is a holder of the spoon. Let's take a look. I'll skip this, sorry. And for smartphones, it's the same. When you walk, you naturally follow the yellow line. Let's take a look at this video. You just do it naturally, unconsciously. You just naturally want to sit there on a fallen tree. And then a design is born out from this very natural scenario. So this is the core of awareness. It is extremely subtle. This is a tea bag, and there is a red ring around it. So this is the core of awareness of black tea. We would choose colors similar to black tea to use in our design. And this is a package that shapes like a banana with color yellow. So a product that embodies two features of a banana. CD player. So made 20 years ago, still on the market. So in the kitchen, now it becomes a ventilator, a fan you can use in the kitchen. Let's take a look at this clip. So these are all unseen outline of things. We see the outlines, the silhouette. And there is such boundary between substance and medium. Medium is things like air. And substance and medium constitute all kinds of boundaries in our life. You can discover it everywhere. In an element, you see the outline. You will want to picture or draw the outline. But in addition to outline, we want to see how it's placed in a greater picture. We want to look at it and how it's fixed into the bigger picture. So we look at the red outline, find the missing part, and fill it in. If the red outline is in the wrong shape, then it doesn't fit in. It compromises the harmony of things. And there are so many surrounding factors: history, cultures, affordance. Many factors or our habits or personalities, traits could come into play and form the outlines of us. For example, if we want to design a car and we design it the way, like the right-hand side, it doesn't fit in with nature. Same with chairs. You could build unique products, but if they don't fit into nature, they cause harm, they cause impact. So we need to recognize the outlines and build a more orderly, more coherent, more harmonized society. Sometimes we find the world disorderly. So as designers, we need to find the missing part and try to build pieces that fit in. And it's always a case-by-case basis. We need to look at the situation, find the missing part, recognize the outline, and fit it in. We need to draw a line at the boundary between substance and medium. That's the core, the essence of design. And next, I'd like to talk about embodiment. So what is embodiment? It's like you have an invisible person, and then you color it, you paint it, and it comes into life. So embodiment for me is when ideas become reality. Let's take a look at this clip. So what did you see? You saw pieces, bits and pieces form into a bottle perfectly. That's how you turn design into reality. We need to integrate objects and the environment. That's our job as designers. This is a building I designed, a studio. So all of the elements are integrated. This is a chair we built, daily objects, everything is there, integrated harmoniously. And integrated with the background, with the surrounding nature as well. So from this perspective, this is how we designers get inspirations. This is where we eat, we live, we work. There's no boundary. So all the living spaces are integrated. So we work in this beautiful environment. That's how you produce beautiful designs and products. This is my design work placed in different settings. Same product placed in living room, in a bathroom, installation artwork. Another chair we designed. This is a type of famous chair. Placed in, again, a different environment, different setting. This is an underground studio. So you begin with model and then the exact design. I'm also interested in public facility like elevators. They're everywhere in our life, right? You see them often, but if you can just make a little difference in their design, there's sudden impact. You find it very beautiful. This is Emeko, chair used by U.S. Navy, and we used steel to produce the chair. And the steel is made of aluminum cans, so it's very light. It's another embodiment of sustainable design. And we are always looking for symbols. Take a look at this glass. It could also be aesthetic. Stocking glass. This is from brand TG. We work with Taiwan glass and developed around 200 glasses like this. Maybe you have seen them somewhere in Taiwan. This is a lamp. Shaped like a tent. Beautiful shape. This is a handbag from handbag maker. Shaped like the window on an airplane. Phone case designed by Realme. And the case has patterns of onion. This is called Sensible. This is developed by Sensible Home. An autonomous bus designed by Muji. So you could see it in Finland. So this is the concept. This is cutlery and fridge. And it's an ergonomic design. Makes it very easy to open the fridge door. This is design work exhibited in Italy. Lighting. Faucet. Watch. So watch. The shape's a bit like your face, a human's face. So on Friday it becomes a sad face. This is designed by Issey Miyake.
These are chairs in the shape of stools. It's a thermometer. It vibrates if it detects temperature higher than normal. This one here is a package, a wrapper, in the shape of fruit peels. I'm not sure if the materials used are sustainable, but we use it. We make it as an attempt to bring fun into design. I want to talk about emergence, the concept of emergence. We need to create emergence in our design. We need to create emergence in an orderly society. And to do that, we need to come up with the right design. Emergence only occurs by design. And bad design damages the environment. So emergence is a very important concept I want to leave you with. Let's make emergence. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your very insightful talk. I am so touched hearing you talk. You're so inspiring, and the amount of attention you pay to user experience and user perception, and that's why you focus so much on observing users' needs, and that's how you can design such amazing work and incorporate that into your design. Now, please allow me to ask two important guests to join me, two panelists, President Kai Huang-shen and President Ji-yi Chang of Taiwan Design Research Institute. Thank you for joining us. Now, in the next 10 minutes, we will have a discussion with Mr. Fukasawa. President Chen, you are also a designer, and I'm sure there's a lot of things you want to share with us. Of course. First, on behalf of TNUA, I want to express my gratitude to Mr. Fukasawa for hearing your talk. I was so impressed. I was struck by the value coming from your ingenuity of human beings, and that ties back to emergence that you proposed. You spoke not just in Japanese, English, you also used Mandarin in your presentation. I think in French, emergence is spelled as REAGIR. The root AGIR means emergence, and réagir, the French word, means emergence. So my take from this is the emergence proposed by Mr. Fukasawa means a repetition of the spring of value creation. So I think, like Marita said, Mr. Fukasawa gave a very straightforward presentation, and yet it's very philosophical. It showcases humankind's value, greatest value. I think I want to really express my appreciation to Mr. Fukasawa for your sharing. President Chang, would you like to also share your thoughts? President Chen, Mr. Fukasawa, good morning. First, I want to thank President Chen for your invitation. I think I met Fukasawa-san a few times. We worked together at Xuexue. He helped us with product design. So we were struck by his focus on the simplest design, and it helps us to bring new ideas into Taiwanese design, and I really appreciate your assistance. At TDRI, We have Golden Pen Design Award, and Mr. Fukasawa was one of our jury members. So what Mr. Fukasawa talked about is a very classic lecture of design. We are all talking about sustainability, and back to what Mr. Fukasawa said, everything should go back to nature. Human behavior, human observations are all based on nature, and going back to nature should be what we strive for in design. And emergence, it's not about any individual object. Instead, it's a collection of or iteration of many individuals. So you also talk about handicraft and the needs in daily life and striking a balance between the two and creating harmony, and also harmony between space and environment and humankind. I think that's also the essence of design. I'm so jealous of Mr. Fukasawa. You are able to realize what everyone's dream is, and that's living and working in the same space. A well-designed space, of course, will give rise to good ideas. In this environment, you also highlight human beings. In the past few decades, Mr. Fukasawa has had so many iconic designs. So I think iconic designs are the most sustainable because they don't change over time. They don't change much, at least. And also, all of the sustainable design is human-centric. So today, as we talk about sustainability, Mr. Fukasawa break it down for us. And that's about discovering ourselves. Many of the previous designs focused on taking away the uniqueness. I think in the past 2 or 3 years during COVID, more and more people have realized that there could be a new possibility. And that's why TNUA has organized this event. For us in the arts and cultural sector, we can also have more new ideas. You showed us so many designs, the umbrella, the rice cooker, and the banana package. Everything actually goes back to natural behavior or how we use things naturally. I think with design, it's about creating things that meet human beings' needs. So I think you are a very good example of that. President Chang, could you also tell us about what you are doing at TDRI?
Can we please have my slides? Thank you. So TDRI was upgraded in 2020 from the Taiwan Design Center. So we are tasked to engage in social innovation, design, diplomacy, among other works. And we are very honored to be awarded the Taiwan Presidential Innovation Award. For the first year of the Innovation Award is awarded to ITRI. And then second year, TSMC. And we were awarded in 2020, which means a focus of the nation on soft power, and that is design. TDRI is located in Songshan Cultural and Creative Park in an old factory. So the factory used to produce cigarettes, and now it's become a powerhouse of innovative ideas and creativity. Here, it used to be a bathhouse, and we converted into a library, also a public space for all kinds of events. Throughout the past few years, we've seen so many possibilities of sustainability in Taiwan. Because of COVID, TDRI worked with Miniwiz and Furen Catholic University Hospital to develop MEC ward. MEC refers to modular, adaptable, and convertible. The ward is convertible depending on users' needs. It could become a ward for rapid screening, and Miniwiz used aluminum cans or bottles, and it's so compact. You could even bring it on the airplane. We also work with our partner to develop circular building materials. Building materials actually lead to a lot of waste and pollution. If they could be lighter, modular, it would produce more sustainable value. And it could be done more rapidly. We also worked with Miniwiz to develop EF wood. It has the toughness of PE and rigidity of PET. It could be quickly built outdoor with extended material life cycle. A lot of products have incorporated the idea of sustainability. The award-winning product for this year's Sustainability Design Award is from a team that collects marine waste and turn recycled fishing nets or fishing gear into stylish glasses. It's a circular product. Many businesses in Taiwan are also promoting circular design. In Hsinchu, there is a company called Springpool Tourism Factory. It recycles glass across the island, from the glass in a bottle or glass in monitor. They also launched their own brand called Chunshi, incorporating a circular design concept. In the Tainan Art Museum, they have a dedicated space. There is another example, Cha Zi Tang, which also introduces circular design into their operation and add values. Carrefour is a big wholesaler in Taiwan, and throughout the past 2 years, we've worked with them to build the Carrefour Impact Concept Store. There are 5 key concepts. It's a store within a store. There is minimum use of packaging, local sourcing, etc. 5 key concepts. It could also be used as a classroom because everything is modular, can be built. And Carrefour also launched their own brand. As you can see on the right, all the bottles could be recycled and reused. We are also very pleased to work with the EPA in Taiwan to build green night markets. So this night market adopts the modular concept in order to reduce single-time single-use plastic. So at such night markets, you can enjoy great food, great vibe. At the same time, you contribute to helping the environment. In the past 6 years, we held 3 design exhibitions, so once every 2 years. And this March, we had a exhibition called The Spiral, inviting 5 countries and exhibiting 40 products. So the exhibition features the life cycle of these products. Also, there are a lot of exchanges with the industry. In this year's Golden Pen Design Award, we launched a circular design award across different categories. And the one you saw with the glasses is one of the winning product. Here you see the media coverage of us. We attended a design art exhibition in Japan. The event is called Next Circulation. So as you can see, circular design is really a trendy term across everywhere. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, President Chang. May I ask Mr. Fukasawa to share with us your thoughts? You've had a lot of interaction with the Taiwanese design community already. So what do you think of how we are reusing materials in our design? So what suggestions can you give to our designers? First, my impression is that in Taiwan, you are a very approachable country. I've worked with many businesses, and for me personally, I think people in Taiwan are very positive. You are full of life. That's what struck me most, and that's the most valuable thing to me. It's a cultural trait you have in Taiwan. And also, you are very good at execution. The sustainability is a topic that you have already put into action. And the results hit markets very rapidly. I think that would allow us to create a better future and a clear vision for the future. I think Taiwan has that quality. You have the capacity to lead the world in sustainability. And so I think circular design also relates to emergence and has the potential to create emergence as long as we use all the potential you have in Taiwan. I think going forward, design must be ones that answer the needs of our time. In the past, there were eras of industries and IT, and there were designs that satisfied the needs of those areas, and there are also boundaries separating different areas. And in the new era, you need to use new ideas and new mentality in design. And this is an era of sustainability and circular design, and we need to put that into our products. As the humankind is confronted with existential threats, so we need to create a better future by addressing those crises. So we need to come up with a new beginning, a new origin for our design. With scientific and technological developments, we are pursuing always new developments in technology, but we need to also use that technology back to our daily life. And that's very important. President Chen, thank you to President Zhang, and thank you to Mr. Fukasawa for your feedback. And you also share your observation of the characteristics or traits of Taiwan. Taiwan is not a big country, but we have many indigenous groups. Maybe Mr. Fukasawa is not aware of this yet. What we have in common in Taiwan and Japan is we are always struck by earthquakes and typhoon. And our indigenous groups inhabiting in the East Coast has very strong faith in culture. And for them, when typhoon strikes, water would carry objects from other countries to our shores, and they pick up those objects and use them in their daily life. And also, water travels from Taiwan to South Korea and Japan as well. So for the indigenous groups, it's very natural for them to share all these objects. So in your experience working with Taiwanese designers, from your observation and what President Chang just said, in both Taiwan and Japan, we are all focusing on how design can respond to the values we care about as a humankind. I think we can all agree on that. The sharing of cultural values, how can we go back to human beings? We at TNUA, this is something we are striving for. In a modern era, how can we use new aesthetics of life to inspire new thinking? I think that's very important for our values. Like Mr. Fukasawa, you shared your ideas of emergence. I think that's very relevant, and it allows us to approach the same issue from different entry points. And it helps us get a better understanding of the issue. I think it's really emotional for me. President Zhang, from Mr. Fukasawa's experience, we are seeing many new designers in Taiwan, like the ones at Chunshi. A lot of them are very young and dedicated to circular design and turning marine waste and glass to new designs. So in the next era, with so many young designers, what kind of qualities they need to have, or how can they be more like Mr. Fukasawa and be good designers in the next era? I want to respond to what Mr. Fukasawa just said. Last year, we held long line design. In Japan, many designers are talking about sustainability, sustainable design, sustainable materials, in that sustainable design lasts a long time. And in Taiwan, what if we can create new things And these values are also shared in the world. If that's true, that they can be sustainable too. Taiwan is not a big island, so our production chain is still intact. And in Taiwan, we have a lot of SMEs. So from research development to production, everything can happen within our island. It can be very efficient. So to address sustainability, we actually have the technology. So how can we connect that manufacturing capacity with design is something we can do. In our circular design, we have a system for carbon footprinting, and the public sector is very active in promoting carbon footprinting. They have building complex of more than 1,000 units in Nangang. They are also very sustainable. And in Shalun, they have a building complex where they lease the shops and the lamps out. I think that could be something we can pursue to achieve long life design. TNUA is home to exceptional designers in Taiwan. Mr. Fukasawa, can you give some advice to emerging designers in the future? Me personally, I have had experience of living in an apartment in Taipei, and I also wrote in Gogoro. I've also ran on the streets with Taiwanese young people. So that the idea of sharing is very familiar to me. So I'm sure that idea is very familiar to all of you too. Products like Gogoro or energy sharing or food sharing, the culture is already in Taiwan, so you are already very used to that. So you can form new communities based on that. Also, someone talked about marine waste or the marine waves. We are an island surrounded by the ocean. So the ocean is very relevant to us. So marine pollution, marine waste, plastic waste in the oceans, 90% of them is fishing net or fishing equipment. The fishermen just toss them away after use. What if we can turn the waste into something we can use? Recycling, of course, is good. And maybe we should produce only what we need and share among all. This is what sustainable or circularity is about. In Taiwan, there's a very clear strategy. I think what you share are wonderful examples. Design is closely related to life, but if it's of too broad a scope, it's impossible to start. Like I said in the fish flock, there is an order actually, and in Taiwan, I think it's a land with great potential for emergence. So I really hope that you, students in Taiwan, can leverage technology and also what you have in your culture and handicrafts, craftsmanship, and produce objects and designs of historic value. I really look forward to it.
What I particularly like in Taiwan is a small shopping district in Taiwan. There were a lot of old Japanese style buildings, but they were already renovated, represented in a new way. I've never seen that in Japan. So I think Taiwan is a great example in preserving old buildings and retrofit them with innovation, with creativity. I think there is positive force in Taiwan. That is great. That is a blessing for people in Taiwan. I'd like to thank Mr. Fukasawa again for joining us. And hopefully Taiwan can join hands with Japan to create emergence together. Let's give Mr. Fukasawa another round of big applause. Thank him for bringing us such wonderful presentation. I'd like to also thank President Zhang and President Chen for joining us. Thank you all for joining us today for the morning session. Thank you, panelists and our presenters and our moderators. The Forum 4 will begin at 2 p.m. See you after lunch break.
Engagement.
See a box that helps you dry up
Questions into.
And looking forward, the ambition is to develop an eco label, which would
感谢现
Thank you for waiting. Our afternoon session is about to begin. May we remind you on our YouTube live streaming there is Slido tool for you to raise your questions, which will be addressed in our Q&A session. Our forum will begin shortly. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Forum 4. Here we'd like to thank the Ministry of Culture for their support, as well as the support from Taiwan Art Sustainability Alliance, Associate of the Visual Arts in Taiwan, Performing Arts Alliance, Taiwan Art Gallery Association, and Taiwan Cultural Law Association. Good afternoon, everyone. The theme of Forum 4 is Sustainable Visual Arts. Our moderator is Mr. Liu Xiquan, Dean of School of Fine Arts of TNUA. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for Forum 4. This forum features sustainable visual arts. We are going to talk about sustainability in visual arts. Visual arts is a key sector in the art industry, and it requires resources, talents to drive sustainability in visual arts. I'd like to introduce our first guest speaker, Mr. Heath Londes, Managing Director and Co-founder of Gallery Climate Coalition. Another guest speaker is Mr. Shi Longsheng, Chief Executive Officer of Yike Zhiku. In the third part, we would be joined by Ms. Su Yaohua, Chairman of Association of the Visual Arts in Taiwan, as well as Pei Ni Beatrice Xie, Sustainable Art Strategy Consultant of GCC Taiwan. So we have an excellent lineup of experts and talents in visual arts, which I believe will inspire a lot of good ideas and execution and ideas for going sustainable in visual arts. So again, welcome. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Heath Londes. Could we start playing his video? He will be presenting using a pre-recorded video. Let's take a look.
Hello, I am Heath Lowndes, Director of the Gallery Climate Coalition. Thank you very much to the Taipei National University of the Arts for inviting me to speak. It's a pleasure to be included in today's event. I will be talking about the GCC's work, the urgent need for collective action in order to decarbonize the art sector, and some of the steps that can be taken in order to achieve this. But first I'll start by giving a quick overview of the coalition for those who aren't familiar. Just share my screen. Okay. Before I start, I should just mention that over the course of this presentation, I will be referring to a number of different resources and tools that exist on the GCC website. I will share a list of links in the chat box for you to review, but just so you know, everything I refer to will be accessible via these links. Okay, so GCC is an international charity and membership organization. We provide environmental sustainability guidance for the visual arts sector. Our primary goal is to facilitate a reduction of the sector's CO2 emissions by a minimum of 50% by 2030. And we believe that this decarbonization will be achieved through collaboration, innovation, and by aligning an international network of members with standardized and actionable guidelines. The coalition formed nearly 3 years ago when a group of London-based gallery workers and art sector professionals came together to discuss the sector's specific environmental issues and their possible solutions. Initially, GCC was set up to serve just London's commercial galleries, but by the time the website launched in October 2020, it was clear that there was significant interest in the coalition's resources from organizations outside of that original quite small remit. So in response to this demand, we broadened our scope to become an international and cross-sector coalition. Our members now include artists, museums, non-profits, art sector businesses, art fairs and auction houses, and many, many different types of individual arts professionals, in addition to those original galleries. As you can see here, we now have over 800 members of all shapes and sizes around the world, and each of them have committed to decarbonization and implementing other principles of environmental responsibility. At registration, every member commits to supporting these main targets, as well as a number of other specific commitments. There's no fee to join. All we ask is that prospective members agree to work towards these goals and only join GCC if they are genuinely committed to taking action. Having everyone in our network aligned to this baseline means that regardless of where you are based, what type of organization you might be, there is a mutual understanding and a shared pathway. Aligning all members gives us the greatest chance for succeeding in our mission. Although environmental problems are of course global, possible solutions are often linked to local resources and local actions, which can only be researched and implemented efficiently by a team working locally, boots on the ground. In the 2.5 years since we launched, several fantastic groups of volunteer members have formed around the globe, which is a very exciting development we had not anticipated when we first began. And this has allowed us to work at both the local and international scales. This shows where we currently have active volunteer teams working in their professional communities to promote sustainability and translate and localize GCC's guidelines so it is relevant and actionable for their region. I'm very pleased to say that our latest volunteer team actually formed in Taiwan over the summer, and I'd like to say a massive thank you to everyone who's been involved in that group. We are really thrilled to have the opportunity to extend the work of GCC in Taiwan, and I believe we'll be hearing from some of those volunteers today. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Taiwan Art Sustainability Alliance for the work they've been doing and the launch of their initiative earlier this year as well. It's really exciting to see so much activity at the moment at the intersection of culture and environment in Taiwan. We need as many people as possible working on this issue in order to find the solutions. I believe that collaboration will be essential for the success of both TASA and GCC. So I look forward to both groups working closely together to support each other's work and share ideas and resources and together take collective action. On that note, PACT is an international coalition of organizations which GCC is proud to have co-founded. It operates within the visual arts and acts like a coalition of coalitions. The organizations that are listed here also work at the intersection of culture and the environment. And when there was a moment at the beginning of the first COVID lockdown, everyone had this opportunity to reflect about where the world was and some of the issues that they wanted to address. And I think naturally a lot of people started thinking about the environment and how they could make a change with their profession. And I think we saw an upspring, an upwelling of amazing organizations working at this intersection between culture and the environment. And many of these groups formed in that time as well. And instead of working in isolation or in competition with each other, we decided to come together to cooperate, to share resources and support each other's initiatives. And this loose collection has become hugely beneficial for everyone involved. I think this idea of putting aside potential rivalries in order to work together is a model worthy of celebration and replication. Okay, so that's a brief background of GCC. For the remainder of the time we have, I will explain in more detail GCC's decarbonisation strategy, how arts organisations can take collective action, and ultimately what we need to do in order to make the art world environmentally responsible. And the majority of this falls into three main areas that you can see here. Firstly, sector-specific environmental actions. Secondly, lobbying for systemic change. And finally, supporting frontline environmental initiatives. So starting with what is really GCC's main focus on providing sector-specific decarbonisation and environmental sustainability guidance so that our members are taking action effectively. It takes many forms, but all of our tools and resources are produced in collaboration with environmental advisors and our network of volunteers. The guidance is science-based, action-based, and free for all to access. We have already produced many resources on the most urgent topics, such as shipping, travel, energy, circularity, packaging and materials, amongst other sector-specific topics. We could spend hours speaking about each one of these, but as we're limited for time, I would suggest taking the opportunity to have a look at the guidelines on the website when you have the chance. In addition to the existing resources, next year we will be expanding our toolkit to include guidelines on exhibition production, printing and publishing, artist production and materials, as well as art fairs, hosting and participation. Included here are a few graphics from our current resources. This one showing the comparative impact of shipping via air freight versus sea freight between London and Hong Kong. Obviously, sea freight has significantly less emissions, and yes, it does take longer, and that has to be factored into planning, but it costs less and it saves significant amounts of CO2. This one is a comparison of carbon emissions per kilometre for a tonne of cargo carried via various methods. And again, you can see just how much air freight outweighs every other form of transport. This one shows the comparative estimates, the comparative emissions of flying in economy versus first class. And again, a really clear picture here. First class flight has on average 4 or 5 times more emissions associated with it on the same flight compared to economy. So a very, very simple point illustrated here. Each of these graphics illustrate a key issue linked to excessive amounts of carbon emissions in the art sector, and our resources go into detail about how we can adapt behaviors in order to reduce them. This is just a little example of some of the content we have on our website. GCC has also produced a comprehensive decarbonisation action plan, which weaves together some of the effective actions of each of the previously listed topics with other tips and suggestions. It also functions as a template for any organisation to build a customised decarbonisation action plan for their own operations. This graphic shows a breakdown of the 10-step process, which is at the heart of the action plan. Next year, we will be producing a new version of this document for non-profit organisations, addressing the challenges that are specific to them, because there are some variations depending on the organisation, and this one is a general one. In terms of getting started, Making changes within your organization really relies on these first two steps. They are absolutely crucial. You can't skip them, and every step that comes after them are only possible if you completed the first two successfully. We have found particularly that establishing and maintaining a productive green team is an effective way to create a culture of environmental consciousness within an organization, and that makes all subsequent actions on this list much easier to execute. And this is particularly true of the second step, measuring your emissions, which I will go into a bit more detail on now. This is a screenshot of GCC's carbon calculator, which is a free online tool designed to help estimate emissions, and the inputs are based on commonly available metrics that all organizations in the visual arts will have access to. It was built specifically to be quick and easy to use and to give clear breakdowns of the main sources of greenhouse gas emissions. In order to set a 2030 reduction target, it's important that you first know what your starting point is. You know, the old phrase, you cannot manage what you do not measure, could not be truer for this situation. Going through the process of estimating emissions is a really vital part of decarbonisation. The insight and subsequent action pathway that emissions measuring offers is essential to making effective change. From the research that we have conducted, it's clear that there are three main areas of carbon emissions associated with most galleries, institutions, art studios, and art sector businesses, and they are travel by aeroplane, shipping by air freight, and then grid energy consumption, mostly used to power buildings. The emissions from these categories vastly outweigh other areas such as printing, local transport, local travel, packaging, things like that, and therefore these three topics should be the focus for measuring and for action. And our calculator tool has been designed with this in mind. If you would like to learn more about the tool, we have a video tutorial and a user guide with lots more information available on the website. Once the carbon calculations have been completed, we strongly encourage members to publish their results. This is a voluntary step, and all our user data is totally protected and will not be made publicly available unless permission has been given. But publishing the reports promotes transparency, collegiality, and a shared learning. So it's also, really helpful for GCC to track progress and to build up a bank of data, which in turn allows us to refine and improve our tools and research. I cannot emphasize enough just how important and useful publishing data is to the collective effort. The examples you can see here are a few of the members who've kindly agreed to publish their results, and more examples can be found on the website. As mentioned, the vast majority of emissions are associated with just three activities: international freight, business flights, and grid energy consumption. So essentially moving people, moving objects, and powering buildings. Knowing that these are the three main carbon culprits helps to focus our attention on tackling these specific areas. But not all negative environmental impacts are represented by greenhouse gas emissions. And that's really important to bear in mind. For example, waste, recycling, printing and publishing, packaging materials, all have a relatively low associated emissions, but each have their own specific environmental impacts that must be addressed outside of carbon reporting. Of course, different types of organizations will have different activities and emission sources. A public institution such as Nottingham Contemporary will have a very different proportion of the three main areas of emissions compared to a commercial gallery like Hauser and Wirth. Typically, a non-profit arts organization will have a much greater proportion of emissions associated with heating and cooling systems installed in their exhibitions and storage facilities. And we're going to talk a little bit about that shortly. But understanding the insights like this allows members to build highly customized strategies and allows us to adapt our guidance and our resources for different members' needs. The next topic is lobbying for systemic change. So with more than 800 members across the globe, GCC has significant lobbying potential, which we will use to tactically drive systemic change across the industry. This means using the collective influence of our members to encourage service providers, stakeholders, and operators throughout the market and the supply chain to take responsibility and make effective changes in line with our shared targets. Once again, alignment and cooperation at both the local and international level is essential for this to succeed. And a very good example of this already happening is our sustainable shipping campaign. As we saw from the previous carbon report results, for an average commercial art organization, freighting objects around the world, mostly by aeroplane, is likely to be the largest single source of greenhouse gas emissions. In addition to this, large volumes of single-use plastics are consumed and disposed of from the packaging of artworks for transport. This combination of high emissions and excessive waste means that international freight is the most high-impact activity a typical arts organization will engage in, which is why we chose to tackle the issue for our first lobbying campaign, which launched earlier this year. For the campaign, GCC has set 4 sector-wide targets, shown here. These are very ambitious goals, and whilst they will certainly be a challenge to achieve, in the face of the climate crisis, these are necessary. The targets were developed in consultation with an environmental expert and with industry leaders, and have been spread over 5 years in order to encourage a meaningful transition. We are now working with the relevant stakeholders in order to bring about changes in line with these targets. For example, we've successfully lobbied leading fine art insurance in order to adapt their policies, allowing for greater use of non-air freight shipping options. So that means greater volumes and values of artworks going by sea freight and consolidated road freight. And this is a really significant step towards reducing the dependence on air freight and the enormous emissions that produces. We have also been working with the shippers themselves in order to increase alternative freight options, as well as adapting their packaging materials and their packaging methods. We are also in the process of setting new standards with the shippers, particularly regarding the provision of the data required for carbon reporting and emissions estimates, so that customers can make an informed decision about what services they would like to choose based on environmental impacts as well as cost and time. Galleries, art fairs and auction houses are also cooperating and starting to make changes accordingly. Everyone represented here, every stakeholder has a role to play and the responsibility to adapt their ways of working. There is, of course, a very long way to go, but we are starting to see some very positive changes already. Another very, very urgent issue in the art sector at the moment, and one we're planning a future campaign around, is climate control settings, which are used in the conservation and storage of art collections. Parallel to the conversation about freight emissions, our data shows that for an average non-profit arts organization, it is grid energy consumption that is likely to be the most significant proportion of their emissions. And that comes mostly from the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning equipment, or HVAC, in those climate control systems. These systems not only have huge associated emissions, sometimes up to 90% for a non-profit arts organization, but they are also incredibly expensive to run. And with the current energy crisis, in the UK at least, bills are on average 3 times higher than they were this time last year. And this has a very real impact. You know, it means that some organizations are facing very difficult winters. Many are already spending more on their bills than they are on their exhibition programs, which is very worrying, very shocking, and needs to be addressed urgently. In order to tackle this issue, we have partnered with one of our regular collaborators, the fantastic Key Culture, and I know we're hearing from Caitlin Southwick from Key Culture today, and I'm sure she'll be discussing this project in detail, so I won't spend too long explaining it. But just to join the dots, we collaborated recently with Key Culture for an online event, which was the first international climate control conference. The event was an amazing opportunity to hear from many voices across the industry. And it really highlighted and, importantly, prioritized the issues. It gave great clarity on some of the more confusing bits of jargon and systems information, and it offered some great tips on how to reduce energy consumption immediately, as well as outlining a path towards true systemic change for the sector. And all of this is going to inform GCC's next lobbying campaign. Recordings of those discussions from the ICCC conference is available online, and I would recommend having a look at that. Our final point is a very important activity, raising funds for frontline environmental initiatives. And this is something we've been thinking a lot about recently and plan to launch more information on in the new year. Of course, the arts sector isn't going to decarbonize overnight. We are realistic about that. It will take some time to shift away from the polluting ways of working, which have become so ingrained in our operations. But in the meantime, we have to take responsibility for the greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted. In addition to this, we are well aware that whilst the visual arts sector is very carbon and waste intensive relative to its size, it does have a significantly lower impact when compared to other industries such as agriculture and construction, which produce significant amounts of carbon on a global scale. And realistically, art is a small drop in the ocean. This means that at the same time as greening our own sector, we should also be looking beyond the industry to create positive change and reduce environmental damage. The most effective way of doing that, we believe, is by supporting fantastic organizations who are working on the front line of the climate crisis. Traditionally, carbon offsetting has been touted as the solution to this, but for many reasons, which unfortunately we don't have time to discuss right now, it is just not compatible with our decarbonization strategy, and therefore we do not advise our members to use offsets. There are much more information on the website about this, but the general consensus from the vast majority of experts is that conventional carbon offsetting is just not the fastest nor the fairest way to make change, and we should all be moving away from the use of them. However, GCC has devised an alternative system and recommend that anyone who does want to accelerate environmental protection through tactical financial support to utilize this process, which we call Strategic Climate Funds, or SCFs. Through our SCF program, GCC works to raise awareness and funds from within the art market to support carefully selected organizations that keep fossil fuels in the ground and greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere, or protect natural environments, their biodiversity and their human inhabitants, and crucially are effective at doing this within our 2030 timeline. We encourage members to donate to organizations that are proven to be effective and verified by GCC, such as Solar Aid, Art to Acres, the Agroecology Fund, Forest Peoples Programme, and Client Earth. Crucially, this process does not allow for claims of carbon neutrality, so FCFs won't make your emissions disappear, but they are a better way to take responsibility for the greenhouse gas emissions that are currently very difficult to cut, and will also help to accelerate wider systemic change. As mentioned, much more information about this can be found in the links that I've shared. And in addition to raising funds via FCF schemes that we recommend our members fund in a way that is proportioned to the emissions that they produce, GCC has also been raising funds by working with artists and selling artworks that have been donated in order to raise greater sums of money for one of our partners, in particular, Client Earth. For those of you who aren't familiar with Client Earth's work, Client Earth is a charity and a law firm with a very unique approach. They use existing environmental laws to challenge governments and big businesses engaged in highly damaging projects and have had an incredible rate of success. They are currently pursuing nearly 200 active legal cases around the world, including cases against fossil fuel infrastructure and in defense of biodiversity. In the last few years, their actions have helped stop the construction of coal power plants. They've sued major airlines, they've defended the rights of Pacific Islanders and supported indigenous groups and activists in protecting rainforests, amongst many, many other impressive victories. Client Earth also supports environmental legal professionals and organizations to work effectively to protect. Alone, they have trained over 1,500 judges in environmental law, and these individuals are the next generation of environmental defense. In my opinion, Client Earth
I think due to some technical issues, there is a technical issue and we are currently fixing it right now. Thank you for your patience. I think maybe we should move on to our next item on the agenda.
We are joined by a lot of friends from TASA. I think that shows how much you care about our sustainability. This is a very good sign. He's talked about what's happening on his end, but it's actually more than carbon emission. You need to protect biodiversity, and that's how we can ultimately be sustainable. I think it's not just a matter for the gallery industry. It matters for the legal sector, and also like legal entities can also come in to play their part. So when we are able to, we will resume his talk. But for now, we will be hearing from Long Shengshi, Chief Executive Officer of Yike Mr. Shi worked at the Gallery Association, so he knows a lot about the legislation and he's very experienced in the field, and he's one of the great minds I was talking about. So he will be talking about sustainable action in the visual arts. Thank you. And thank you to President Chen for the invitation. So today I am going to talk about sustainable action in the visual arts. In the arts sector, we are not normally considered one of the most polluting sector. So in the past, people wouldn't associate art with pollution. However, although we are not a great emitter of greenhouse gases, but it adds up. According to a survey, museum in the U.S. result in an amount of carbon emissions of a year of emission from cars in the UK. So it adds up. In roughly 1998 or 1990, I worked at Huashan. And back then, the Department of Culture decided to give the space to the art community, and we got to use it for free. So a lot of the schools, art schools, use the space for their graduation exhibition, and we found that after the graduations exhibitions, there are so much waste. There were trucks and trucks loads of waste and leftover materials. And it cost money, whereas they end up in the landfill. It was such a waste. So isn't there a way to reuse all those materials? As it turns out, a lot of people share that idea too. So Mr. Xiao Yongzhi from Shixian University founded a social group on Facebook where people can put up materials that they don't need anymore onto the platform, and those that need them get to rent them and take them and use them. So in Taiwan, we talk about reusing, recycling, and it's actually what we are already doing. In the art sector in Taiwan, we started paying attention to the issue actually a long time ago. So in that regard, we are not that far behind. But in terms of action from institution, we are a little bit behind. So today I want to talk about the changes we have seen in the art sector in Taiwan. So my talk is roughly divided into two parts. The first one is a pilot study on a Green Gallery action plan for Taiwan, commissioned by the Taiwan Creative Content Agency, TAICA. And in the second part, I will talk about our Green Pledge and Action Plan launched by TASA. The pilot study was divided into two parts: Green Gallery and Green Finance. And this green finance is about investment, which is not very relevant to today's topic, so I will put that aside. So I'll focus on the Green Gallery Action Plan. In Taiwan, we in the visual arts sector has been paying attention to environment since a long time ago. We've been doing that in our creation. But it wasn't until 2020, the Taipei Biennial, that we put that into action into our projects. And one of the projects is called Arts of Coming Down to Earth. So this project calculates the amount of greenhouse gas is resulting from the project, and then they use reforestation to offset that carbon emission. And according to their calculation, that show resulted in 390 tons of carbon 2 equivalent. And it was the first time ever such calculation was conducted in Taiwan. I think it was a landmark effort. Unfortunately, there were some disputes about the reforestation efforts. So besides calculating the greenhouse gas emission from the Taipei Biennial, they also asked a few art venues and art studios to look at their carbon emission, including Mocha Taipei and Free as Art Space. For Mocha Taipei, energy consumption accounts for 86% of their emission, and includes the use of water and the use of electricity. They resulted in 86% of the carbon emission. I think it's very common among venues, art venues in Taiwan. And also in free SR space, energy consumption also accounts for 82.6% of their energy of their greenhouse gas emission. Now that we identified where the big sources of carbon emission is, what can we do? For example, we can make air conditioning system more efficient, or we can cut energy use. But at Mocha, it's quite an historic building. So even if they want to upgrade their air conditioner system, it was difficult because of legal limitations and also their infrastructure. Because back then, when the building was built, considerations were not made regarding energy saving. Within these TICA project, we also looked at spaces of different nature. We calculated their greenhouse gas emissions as well. So we used the GCC calculator in our calculation. But because of the difference in country, we use carbon emission factor, some of the carbon emission factor identified locally. For example, we use MOEA's CEF, which is 0.502 kilogram of carbon per kilowatt hour. And for calculating travel by air, we use the carbon calculator by China Airways. And for lighting, painting, and woodwork, we also apply these standards by other international institutions. For example, for Alt Taipei, in 2020, they generated 86.672 tons of greenhouse gas, and most of it comes from lighting, electricity, and transport. Double Square Gallery resulted in 47.98 tons of emissions, and most of that also comes from energy consumption. Most of the galleries had 80% of their greenhouse gas emission coming from energy consumption, whereas in Double Square Gallery, they are very energy efficient. They use energy lighting and they apply some lighting management, so they are able to minimize greenhouse gas emission from that. And also they are also able to keep transport emission to 1%. In 2021, because of COVID, travel resulted in much less greenhouse gas emission because international travel was not possible. And in Liang Gallery, also travel accounted for a minimal percentage. And some say, as we can see here, energy also results in 75% of greenhouse gas emission. It's almost 10 times that of the double square gallery. And the management was shocked to see how much greenhouse gas emission comes from energy consumption. For one, they are a building with full glass windows, and the lighting system was not efficient. But now that they've identified the problem, they're able to get to it. So the thing is, we do need to calculate the carbon emissions. Digital Art Foundation, it's a research institute. It's not an exhibition venue, so you can see the percentage is different. Energy consumption results in 52%, travel and transport 47%. But in Digital Art Foundation, greenhouse gas emission from printing results in much more greenhouse gas emission compared with Liang Gallery and Double Square, which is very interesting. Sunway Express is a logistics company. So as you can see, transport accounts for 68%. Going forward, if they were able to use electric vehicles in their transport, maybe they'd be able to cut emission from transport. So there are ways to cope. So we also did some survey. In the visual arts, how should we promote sustainability? In the past, in Taiwan, not a lot of people were willing to take action, and most people simply didn't know how. And so in this project, we identified some problems already. And historically, the old buildings were not built with environmental considerations. So when we need to upgrade the air conditioner system, we do need to deal with legal restrictions. And also, unless there are changes in the policy, the private sector wouldn't be willing to change. For example, the government subsidy application can include the sustainable plans requirement, or governments can ask applicants to include their sustainability plans to the tender and bid, and that will encourage private sectors or private institutions to make a change. Otherwise, without that kind of requirements, the bidders would always go for the plans with the lowest cost. For example, Sunway Express had no incentive to change their vehicles to electric unless they're required to. And if you add that into the requirement, they know that to be competitive, they have to change everything to electric. So governments can take the lead and make adjustments to provide more incentives for change.
We also need a storing space, warehouses, to store these objects. For example, as I mentioned, the case with the Huashan Cultural Park, after a graduation production, they don't want to take them away, then that leads to a lot of waste. But some of it can be recycled and repurposed. So the issue is, do we have such space to store these used items or recyclable items that can be repurposed in the future to reduce waste effectively? Number 5, going paperless. As far as I know, there are many modern galleries that are trying to go paperless to reduce the use of paper, move things online to the cloud, use digital publications. It's quite common right now. So Liang Gallery, and there are other examples that really have reduced the use of paper. It's important to know where the issues are and what are the tools available to calculate your carbon footprints. A big issue is artistic organizations not knowing what their issues are or where the problems are. But carbon calculators are everywhere. For Cathay Bank launched their own carbon calculator that helps users calculate the carbon footprints they produce every day. It's very convenient and easy tool that helps people understand their emissions. We also did an online survey to investigate public perception on environmental issues and sustainability. So we invited opinion leaders, high management teams from public associations, museums, and we received close to 200 valid responses. So here are some examples. Question: if you cannot achieve both artistic creation and environmental protection, which one is more important? Close to 70% think environmental protection is more important. Exhibition performance versus environmental protection, still majority believes environment is more important. So question: if in the subsidy regulations, the government asks applicants to submit a GHG reduction plan to get bonus points, would you agree? So nearly 70% of respondents say they agree. They agree such system to get additional points if a plan to reduce GHG is supplied. But then if it's made mandatory, would you agree? Then here you see a slightly lower rate. And if we include this in the tendering eligibility, you can see the majority of respondents say they would agree, at least over half. And here, question, do you think it's necessary for art institutes to launch its green report annually? The majority said yes, and they would support art organizations that release annual green reports. So we feel that the public is on board on going sustainable, going green. So we should think about then what actions to take in our findings and conclusions. So the research has two parts. First is for the public sector, the other for private sector. So during the process, for the private sector, many respondents believe that it's key to establish an initiative organization or a platform to pool resources together for lobbying. So people feel that such organization or initiatives should exist to drive sustainability. The other point is on carbon footprint calculator, which is believed to be very essential. Other suggestions include, for example, building a platform for resource sharing or swapping. For example, there are people who want to give, there are people who want to receive. So if there could be a warehouse, a center, a platform that stores these items, and people who need could just go there and get them, then it's awesome. And also there should be a list of alternatives. There should be templates and consultancy services provided for needed parties. Also, organizations should be encouraged to launch or release their green reports. So, for example, GCC next year will launch their ESG report. Next, I'd like to share with you TASA, Taiwan Art Sustainability Alliance. So the previous project I mentioned is not a research program. It is more of a policy initiative. But we wanted to lead to tangible actions. So we started discussing how to promote sustainability through an alliance. Thus, TASA was born. So in the beginning, these organizations discussed how collaboration could happen. And actually, the art sector has this environmental awareness early. Back in 2010, the late Margaret Xiao and Miss Wu Ma-li started the Artist Environment, a cultural action on a plum tree stream project with the Bamboo Curtain Studio. It's an iconic piece for environmental art, and it won the Taixin Visual Arts Award in 2013. In 2014, the project was invited to participate in the Green Art Lab Open Seminar held by the Green Art Lab Alliance, GALA. In 2015, the Bamboo Curtain Studio worked with GALA to hold GALA Asia and workshop. The workshop invited art practitioners from 8 countries to share case studies on environment and sustainability. So compared to the West, we probably are a few years behind in catching up with the sustainable art trend. But take Asia, for example. Taiwan is a front runner. I will quickly finish the rest. So TASA has this green pledge drafted by the chair of the TCLA. And here you can see the mission and its content. So in the action plan, we have a lot of talent, Yanci, Marita. So very capable leaders in this area who drafted this action plan based on their experiences. So there are sustainable initiatives, counseling, information platform, and cultural talent development. So these are what we are going to do. And there are 4 associations under TASA. So for example, PAA will be responsible for performing arts, AVAT, of course, visual arts. AGA is responsible for developing a calculator. And the TCLA is on the regulation topic, looking at how our organizations adapt to related cultural laws. So the calculator is set to be launched next year. Hopefully it will help the industry. Thank you, Professor Shi. Looks like a lot of work, but Professor Shi also gave us a lot of great ideas. Their research is really helpful for the industry, and such information could really inspire further actions. How we in the visual arts could promote sustainability is very important, and a lot of people care about this issue. And Professor Shi talked about that actually a lot of people, organizations have been engaging in such projects on art and sustainability and environment. So how do we work more efficiently? How do we work in a smarter way? That's the key for us for the future. And I think TASA is a great beginning. The establishment of TASA hopefully will spur more real actions. So for today's forum, in addition to our 2 presentations, we are going to have a panel discussion. And here please allow us to take care of the technical part. If you have any questions, feel free to use the Slido tool to raise your questions. We will address them in the later Q&A session. While we are waiting, I would like to express my gratitude to the president of TNUA. This venue is just opened, and it's a great venue for for this year's forum. I think if any one of you want to hold future events here, I'm sure he's very happy to see that.
Please join me in welcoming 2 great minds. They are all very experienced in their own fields, be it public sector or institution operation. They are Yao Hua-Su, Chairman of Association of the Visual Arts in Taiwan, and Pei-Ni Beatrice Xie, Sustainable Art Strategy Consultant of Gallery Climate Coalition Taiwan. As you get ready, we are also going to invite you to talk for 5 minutes, very briefly, please. Ms. Su. Thank you, Mr. Liu. And also, I want to thank President Chen for holding this event. Every day, I'm sure there are many conferences going on at your university, but this event is such a well-planned event, and being so committed to providing such a good platform is not easy. At TASA, we believe at Association of the Visual Arts, we believe that this is a great step forward for the visual arts community in Taiwan. So today, in response to the previous two speakers, please allow me to go over some of the things we are doing very quickly. So in Taiwan, how are we different from other countries in addressing art and environment? In Taiwan, or the arts community in Taiwan, began to have an awareness of the environment and use environment as materials in art can be traced back to our resistance to suppression from the government. And this kind of resistance is not supported by any institutions. So a lot of the efforts were short-lived. And many of those actions in the 1980s were short-lived, and the same in the 1990s, although the government began to support the art community. Events were also happening for only a short period of time, and only a small number of artists were contributing, and also there were a few companies committed themselves to promoting what's called land ethics. However, as people become less aware of these resistance, how can we use art as an approach to find answers in life, or how can we use art as an approach to showcase the severity of the issues we are facing? In the early days, the attempts were quite romantic, and a lot of it were focused on self-pursuit or resistance. But this form of resistance changed as the institution of art changed in Taiwan. This kinds of social resistance were brought into or reflected in the government institutions. These are some of the early efforts. There were some awards or exhibitions that are dedicated to these efforts. For example, the project mentioned by the previous speaker, and also when Penny was the director of the Kaohsiung Art Museum, 3 curators did an avant-garde project. And later, the Taipei Biennial got millions of dollars of budget every year. And in this way, they support artists' efforts. In Taiwan, between art, environment, all of these keywords have been incorporated in a lot of the events we do. And there's eco art, public art. There's a lot of these buzzwords. And these also reflect some of the creative attempts to pursue sustainability. And as we talk about climate politics, climate is not just a romantic resistance from artists. Instead, like the previous speaker and the moderator, we need to respond in more concrete ways. We need to realize that as we do things in a more interdisciplinary way, we need to be aware what disciplines we are crossing with. Every discipline is new. And also, we need to do things more systematically. From resistance to initiative to specialization. How can we specialize or divide labor with other social systems is a question we need to look at. We need to be more systematic. Also, we need to be more circular. I agree in that we need to have spaces for reuse or recycling, of course. But at the end of the day, we need to have good space management. So for us, we need to change how we do things. We need to how we exhibit, how we show objects. I was struck by how much greenhouse gas emission there is resulting from all these exhibitions. I think we need to apply the white cube approach much more often. And back to the policy system, we've seen a lot of the bottom-up approaches. So is it time that the government should do something instead of simply talking about net zero goals? Maybe it's time for government to roll out concrete policy changes. I think these are the two areas I want to address, and I would like to hear your thoughts too. Thank you, Ms. Su. Ms. Xie, please. Ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, Ms. President Chen, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here to have this opportunity to join this event. My talk will focus on two areas. We all play different roles, wear many hats in our own roles, and also we have different levels of social participation as individuals. So in the first part, I will talk a little bit about GCC Taiwan. As the consultant to GCC, I will tell you a little bit about GCC Taiwan. Please bear with me. I need to turn to look at the screen too. We were very fortunate to have heard from the founder of GCC. He taught about the origin of the GCC, our work, and our objectives. For us in Taiwan, after 3 years of the foundation of the GCC, we managed to set up the Taiwan team. We are the first in Asia to have a GCC team. So this is very special for Taiwan, of course. Many of you here are in the arts sector. For example, Guohua, you are one of them. So the international organizations recognized by UNESCO, one of them is GCC. So from this regard, I want to say that because of political considerations, a lot, actually 100% of the UN organizations does not allow Taiwan membership. So to defend basic human rights, such as the rights to free speech, of course we can do that, we can be part of that. So we are blessed and our efforts are recognized. This is the core team of the GCC Taiwan. We have members from legal, financial, arts, creative, education areas. It doesn't mean that this is a hierarchy. All of the members are very important. So this is a timeline of the key events in GCC Taiwan. Some of the milestones for GCC Taiwan. We've been around for only 16 months. Of course, we were only been approved only this year. However, we've been around for 16 months. In July, they invited us for a formal online interview from the GCC headquarters in London. Because of COVID, we were not able to do a face-to-face interview, so we did it online. Right before the Taipei Art Fair, we got news that GCC finally allows us to set up a Taiwan team. Be it GCCT or the TASA, the foundation of these institutions show the power of the private sector. It's very important for us to connect with the world. He's already talked a little bit about GCC, so I want to show you that GCC Taiwan have these goals. I think we are all aware that we won't be able to achieve them all at once. For example, Mr. Shi mentioned that all of these goals are very important. Among the 17 SDGs, they have many more targets. So most importantly, I want to point out some keywords here. It's not just about sustainability, it's about connecting all the goals. And there is a focus on the younger generation. They want to make it known to the younger generation. And also they want to raise awareness from the public. I think I've already covered the objectives of GCC. I think it resonates with what Longshen just talked about. I am very lucky to be one of the directors of TAICA. I think at the first meeting, I was there too. I asked Longshen if we can be more sustainable. Besides organizing sustainability art shows, we also do other efforts. We also need to organize forums. I think I strive to be provide one of the most important influential forums. We also run as ESG shops. I want to talk about two examples here. He's mentioned Hauser and Worth. The GCC headquarters and the examples I've shared here are all individual cases. But if we can do it at a more global level, we'll have to talk about Christie's. What they advocate is very simple. The first step they do is they don't ship works anymore.
And here you can see the fund they can raise is massive, and it's a big first step. And if you are interested in making contributions, it's very simple. If you can just look at the investment to reduce a ton of GHG emissions. And GCC also focuses a lot on education. So here I'd like to especially thank Professor Ah Xian and artist Xu Yuan. So it's a cross-generational effort, really impressive. There are so many things to cover, and this is another case. Can I just use another minute to wrap up? I participated in the process of establishing a museum association. And after we did museum evaluation, we think that whether it's a new build or retrofit, it's very important to look back at what you're doing. So for us at GCC, it's like what Heath said. It's a coalition of coalitions. It's a network. Regulation is also important. It is a key driver. Cultural rights is something that Taiwan should work on more. And is it possible? I served in a National Museum in Taichung, and the utility expenses are way higher than your average department store. And it's very difficult for art museums or normal museums to cut emissions. If we close the archives in the National Art Museum, the energy saved could power the household, all the household in the western part of Taichung. So it's necessary for us to change how we operate, to not build new things too much. We want to have a compact design of the buildings, effective design, effective logistics. We want to be more sustainable in selection of building materials. And every place has its own rhythm, its own tempo. We don't have to be open 365 days a year. We don't want to overload the environment. A great example is a news piece from last week. There are 250,000 people who visited Westminster to pay tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth. And the load was too heavy for the floor there. So for a short period of 4 days, it caused irreparable damage to a historic monument, which is a pity. So when UN launched 17 SDGs, back then, a lot of people now realize it's difficult to achieve them all at once. But how far can we go? Our request is simple. As Heath mentioned, it's beyond gallery. It's a responsibility of every stakeholder in the art ecosystem. Thank you. That's all from me. Thank you, Beatrice. We don't have much time left. Let's go through the questions. If the industry could be subsidized, there are financial incentives, there will be more actions. But of course, prioritization is key. In the previous presentation, a lot of speakers have talked about this. Still, there is high demand of art collection books. And could we have Mr. Shi to take this question first? I would take the second question first. Not saying to not do everything, but to start reducing the amount. If there's demand, of course, you can get it. But we would gradually reduce the use of paper, shift to go virtual, go paperless. And there are more and more collectors of e-books. So printed publications won't disappear, but they will be less and less. That's a consensus of auctioneers and galleries. I think due to time constraint, and we already got Heath online. Hi, Heath. This is the managing director and co-founder of GCC, and Beatrice has also shared a lot of things about GCC. Would you like to take the question, Ms. Su? I think it's not a question of to print or not, to recycle or not. What we are seeing is an interruption of the green supply chain. We are having something there, lacking something there. So we need to take a comprehensive approach. This is a systemic problem. We need division of labor, right? Divide and conquer. We as a collective in the industry need to change the way we work in a collective way. Indeed, if we need to embed sustainability in the way we work and make it a top priority. Otherwise, even if you have a lot of subsidy, you just won't do it. I've been in the industry for 3 decades, and there's still a long way to go. As for the art collection books, I think we need a paradigm shift, a shift of mindset. Because from public libraries, government libraries, they should not waste their time arranging old books. There are a lot of books that are no longer in print. We should not replace old books with new ones. We should go paperless, try to go paperless, and gradually reduce the use of paper. So new ones will come, but in what form? And what do we do with the old ones? I think we need to revisit the topic. And if you don't need the items, the used objects, give them away, repurpose them. And here's my request to all exhibitioners or the public sector. You have scheduling of different events, different exhibitions. Plan early, plan smart. or at least 2/3 of the base, should be able to be recycled or repurposed. Thank you. Thank you for your insights. I think maybe Heath, would you like to say something to us? Thank you.
I would just like to say again, thank you so much today. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And I just want to say how fantastic it is to hear from our previous speakers. It's really reassuring and encouraging to hear that we're having the same thoughts and going through the same processes on the other side of the world. And I just think it emphasizes the point that I discussed in my talk, that we need to be working together. We don't have time to be doing the same work in isolation. We need to collaborate in order to solve the problem. And I really, really believe the problem can be solved with collaboration and innovation and the alignment that I discussed in the talk. So firstly, I just wanted to say that. And secondly, just to come in on that point about printing, of course, it really depends on the type of organization. Some organizations may only do a very little bit of printing, and so their environmental impacts relating to that will be relatively small. We worked with Christie's, the auction house, and they cut down on their catalogs. They send out these massive catalogs to thousands of collectors and collaborators. And by stopping that, they save a significant proportion of paper and waste and plastic and emissions associated with that. So that was a really good example of how they could have an impact when addressing this particular topic. But I think it is really important not to be dragged down with some of the small issues and using a carbon calculator to identify what the bigger topics are. And I think we could all try and change the small things and forget some of the bigger things. And really by working out ways to reduce staff travel internationally by aeroplane and shipping objects more efficiently, that's where much bigger savings can be made. And just having gone through the process myself, it's so easy to get lost in the weeds. And I think it's important to do the process of carbon calculation, as we've heard from the previous speakers as well. Once you have the data, it really paints the picture and highlights the areas you should be focusing on.
Thank you, Heath. I feel like there are so many topics to talk about, but due to time constraint, I would like to wrap this up and thank all of you for joining us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Heath, for joining us. That would be all for this forum. Thank you. We would take a 10-minute break and resume in 3:50 p.m.
各位现场以及线上的嘉宾，我们倒数1分钟，下一个论坛即将开始。各位亲爱的来宾，很快的，我们来到下午的第5。
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Forum 5. May I remind you that we provide a Slido link on our YouTube channel. If you have questions, please feel free to type them in. We are about to begin this session. Ladies and gentlemen, Forum 5 Sustainable Festivals is moderated by Jack Shi, Dean of School of Film and New Media of TNUA. I will hand over to Mr. Shi. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us in the room and online, good afternoon. This is already day 2 of a forum. So we are here to talk about sustainable festivals. A little bit about myself. I am the Dean of School of Film and New Media of TNUA. We have 3 departments. Every year we organize a lot of festivals. The Department of Animation have the International Animation Festival, and the New Media Department hosts Guandu Art Festival. And it's also relevant to what's talked about by the previous speakers. The festivals of today, actually in the past decades, we did not know much about our sustainability. So after being here a whole day, I've learned so much. And I hope that what I've learned here can pass on to other departments. I think it will be very beneficial for our department as well as us in the art sector. In this session, we will hear from 3 speakers. But I want to share a little bit about what's happened in the past 3 years. It's been so hard for our sector because of COVID-19. It's been around for 3 years already. The other day, I read an article. One of my kids wrote an article, and he said, COVID is something that affects human beings. It's a crisis, but it also an opportunity for planet Earth because travel has been cut to the minimum, and there was so much less travel. And in the film industry and in the animation industries, we are now so used to working from home already. A lot of my friends in other countries, I've asked them what it's like for them in the animation and the film industry, and almost half of them told me they are still working from home. So they are still thinking about it, whether they should go back to the office. Now there's less travel and therefore less carbon emission. Does it cause a pause on the industry? Is it a loss for the industry? For the filming and animation, we are not seeing a loss resulting from COVID. Actually, working from home is more efficient for more people. So it's a change in the norm. So people are used to it, and it's a possibility for us to cut carbon emission further. So that's worth discussion. In the past 3 years, we've hit pause, but also there's more attention to the planet and sustainability. And reading that from my kid, it's not based on any scientific evidence, but it's very emotional for me. If we have a bird's eye view of the planet, we are now able to see the Earth in a more clear way because of less greenhouse gas emission. So that was my experience. I think it's also relevant to what's going to be talked about by the three speakers. The first speaker is Romaine Boyer, the Green Arts and Edinburgh Festival's officer. She will talk about environmental sustainability of the Edinburgh festivals. The second speaker is Jason Chen, Festival Director and Director of Light Singapore for Place Management Urban Redevelopment Authority. He will talk about Light Singapore, a sustainable light festival. The third speaker, our panelist, is Yingping Li, CEO of the Lovely Taiwan Foundation. He was also the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Culture. I'm sure he will talk about what he's doing in the Hualien Rift Valley. Without further ado, I will hand it over to the first speaker, Romaine Boyer. Please.
Hi. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for the introduction and for inviting me to this panel. So I'm Romaine and I'm the Green Arts and Edinburgh Festivals Officer. I'm based in Edinburgh, Scotland. In case there were any visually impaired people in the audience, I'll briefly describe myself. So I have long brown hair. No one can see this on the screen, but I'm a relatively short European person. I'm a white woman in my 20s, and I'm wearing a white turtleneck and a black jacket. So today I'm going to talk about the environmental sustainability of the Edinburgh festivals. And first, I'll introduce what Festivals Edinburgh is and my role. Second, I'll ask the question, why do we think environmental sustainability is important? And I answer from the Festivals Edinburgh's perspective. And I will then talk about what we're doing, the process we're going through, and talk about some of the key challenges. And then I'll end with what you can do and share some top tips. Next slide, please. So my role in Festivals Edinburgh, I'll start by explaining what I do with the Edinburgh Festivals. So I work for two organizations, and I'll focus mostly on Festivals Edinburgh today. But just for context, I'll briefly say a word about the other part of my role, at an organization called Creative Carbon Scotland, because this role is interconnected with what I do with Festivals Edinburgh. Next slide, please. Creative Carbon Scotland is a non-profit organisation that focuses specifically on arts and sustainability for climate change in Scotland. And my work with this organisation involves developing a network of cultural organisations of all sizes and a wide range of art forms all over Scotland. There are over 350 organisations today, and we're helping them to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. Next slide, please. So now Festivals Edinburgh. So first of all, I'd like to clarify what Festivals Edinburgh is. So Festivals Edinburgh is a consortium of 11 of Edinburgh's biggest festivals, which includes, you might know, the Fringe or the Edinburgh International Festival. But there are many others, such as the Children's Festival, the Book Festival, the Science Festival. So you should be able to see the list of all the festivals on this slide. Next slide, please. So the Edinburgh festivals that are members of Festivals Edinburgh work together on aspects such as marketing, but also environmental sustainability. So on this slide, you should be able to see at the bottom of Festivals Edinburgh's website, we have a page on sustainability where you can learn more about what we do. And my role is to coordinate the sustainability strategy of these 11 festivals. So I don't organize the festivals. My role is more a coordinator between the festivals, getting the festivals to work together on sustainability. And I explain later what that means in practice. Next slide, please. So now, why we think environmental sustainability is important. I think this is a very important question to ask you as well. And in fact, I would ask it to you first if this was an interactive session, but I really encourage you to think about why is environmental sustainability important. I'm sure many will have ideas, but I'm going to give you my perspective and that of Festivals Edinburgh. Why we think environmental sustainability is important and how that drives us to work on sustainability. I'll give you 3 points. So the first one is the urgency of the climate crisis. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC report, which is the most scientific and comprehensive report on climate change to date, is clear. Climate change is widespread, it's rapid, and it's intensifying. We've already seen tremendous impacts on populations, which will only get worse with sea level rise, more storms or heat waves, the loss of biodiversity as well, and many other knock-on effects. So I won't have the time to go into more detail on the climate crisis. And Taiwan being an island subject to rising sea levels and storm, I'm sure there are people already aware of many of these climate impacts, but I really invite you to read this IPCC, the last report on their website. So the climate crisis is real, and we need to take bold actions now to limit the climate crisis, but also to adapt to it. So we need to think about mitigation, that is reduction of carbon emissions to reduce their effects on our climate. And we also need to think about adaptation, which refers to not reducing the carbon emissions, but adjusting to the existing changing in our new climate conditions. So thinking about the risk that climate change poses to how you work, where you work, and also who you work with. So we need to find solutions to the climate crisis that not only reduce emissions and protect the natural world, but that do so in a fair and inclusive way. Justice is very important in the approach to environmental sustainability, because not everyone is and will be affected by the climate crisis in the same way. Some people are already suffering more than others from the impacts of the climate crisis on a worldwide scale, but also if you look on a more local scale. Now, my second point to answer why environmental sustainability is important is about legislation. From a Scottish perspective, the Scottish Government has set ambitious net zero targets by 2045, and the local Edinburgh Council has also set targets of net zero emissions by 2030. Net zero targets, just to clarify, they're carbon emissions reduction goals in line with climate science to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. Net zero means that the emissions we put into the atmosphere are balanced by the emissions we take out. And I believe Taiwan is also actively planning to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and has set net zero targets for 2050. So the regulations will come. It's just about time. And it's about being ahead of the curve and taking the opportunity for the cultural sector to be leaders in environmental sustainability and work towards these targets with the government. But sometimes I find there's a lack of understanding and awareness of what culture can bring to the table on climate action. And sometimes as well, maybe a lack of confidence. But my third point is about the role that the arts can play in addressing the climate crisis. And I'd like to show you a quick video that was released around COP26 last year in Scotland. Next slide, please. And if you can play the video, that would be great. I'll mute myself.
From birth to death, the stories we tell shape the way we see the world. Some positive, some negative, some clouded with misinformation. Right now, we're seeing a world that's changing in unprecedented ways. I grew up in Scotland, but my family comes from Nigeria, so cultural heritage means a lot to me. I've also seen firsthand the devastating impact of our changing climate. When the nations of the world come together in Glasgow, what will be the stories we tell of COP26? Reaching net zero in a world adapted to a changed climate will require massive global transformation. Changes to society and lifestyle that for many are hard to imagine. But without culture providing a new positive vision of the future, can we actually create it? The pictures on our screens still reinforce lifestyles which make high carbon living normal and aspirational. These stories need to change as the story of slavery has changed. Without new stories, we risk repeating the mistakes of the past and are failing to adapt to the future. Is culture the secret weapon for climate policy makers? A powerful force to shift society's embedded thinking and transform the status quo that's only working for a small minority. Artists, historians, librarians and curators think differently. They bring different imaginations, skills and experiences that can help other professionals think outside the usual boxes. Art and culture is not only a mirror to hold up to society, but as Brecht said, a hammer with which to shape it. Museums, galleries, libraries and historic environments. These powerful memory institutions help us understand previous transitions in society. They remind us that things haven't always been the way they are today and have the power to paint a new vision of the future. People come together in cultural spaces to explore, learn and think differently. To think collectively. Big cultural spaces can help us think bigger. And small community spaces provide practical knowledge and resources for local adaptation and resilience. Spaces where people learn new skills and rediscover old ones, where they debate new ideas and share traditional wisdom. Economists, scientists and politicians can't fix the climate emergency on their own. They can't change the way people think, and that's what's required. Climate change needs culture change. and cultural players are waiting to help. Armed with powerful skills, resources and audiences. So let's harness their energy and commitment by bringing culture front and centre to climate policy. Let's use our amazing cultural spaces to support a bold and just transition. Decisions over the next decade will shape the future of humanity. The choice to exclude our cultural resources or embrace them could be the most important story of them all.
Thank you. So I think this video really encapsulates some of the key points in understanding the arts and cultural sector have an important role to play to be leaders in addressing the climate crisis and adapting to climate change. In 2020, experts came together at UNESCO headquarters and highlighted that climate change represents one of the greatest threats facing culture today, but they also recognized the role the arts can play in addressing the climate crisis. The arts and culture sector can have this power. The arts are brilliant at asking difficult questions. They can offer a way to communicate ideas, trigger emotions, and provide that space as well to think and reflect on sustainability. But to lead by example, we also need to change the way we produce the arts and run arts organizations to be more environmentally sustainable. So by actively reducing their carbon footprints and preparing to be resilient to climate change. The cultural sector needs to do that by working with influencing organizations such as the government and funders that shape the cultural landscape through their policies, guidance and funding. And by collaborating as well with other organizations in the cultural sector and beyond the cultural sector, because to face the climate crisis, what society needs is transformational change. So we need to work together and avoid silos to accelerate change in our society. Now I'm going to talk a bit more about what we're doing at Festivals Edinburgh. So I'd like to explain the process we're going through, our strategy, and if I have time, maybe some specific projects. In terms of governance, Festivals Edinburgh has an environmental sustainability working group that includes a member of the senior management team from each of the 11 festivals, as well as a green champion from each of the member festivals. So the green champion can be anyone. It doesn't have to be someone with specific knowledge of environmental sustainability. And this group meets quarterly to share about environmental sustainability projects, updates, and work collaboratively on this matter. More practically, what we do, so the festivals measure and report their carbon emissions every year. I then analyze this and feedback with recommendations for improvements so they can reduce their carbon emissions over the next year. So they're required to complete this individual environmental reporting survey on an annual basis, and that also includes a carbon management plan. The carbon management plan is another very important exercise that goes beyond understanding your yearly emissions. It's so that you think through what your organization's footprint will look like in several years to make sure that you're on course for net zero objectives by 2030 or 2045 or 50, and for your organizations to plan actions that realistically set you along that path. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, no. If you can go back, I didn't see that was moved to the next one. So that's the carbon reduction one-pagers. The festivals have drawn up these carbon reduction one-pagers, setting out actions and targets which they will take by 2025 to reduce their emissions. And they have a carbon reduction route map, which you can see on the slide. And that's more of a guide for the festival's carbon reduction plans. And you can find that on the website. Next slide, please. The festivals have also published their Taking Action on Climate Change plans, so you can find a lot more about all the actions that the festivals are taking and about the festival's individual action plan for reducing carbon over the next 5 to 10 years, which is unique to each festival because of the difference in size and structure of the festivals. But there are also some shared actions. Now, moving on to challenges. There are many challenges that are quite specific to the Edinburgh festivals and will depend on your organizations or events context. But one of the key challenges for the Edinburgh festivals that I'd like to focus on today is internationalism. So how do we approach internationalism and environmental sustainability together? Internationalism translates into a lot of travel emissions, often by plane. So how do we balance this with environmental sustainability? I don't mean that internationalism should completely go away, but we need to plan very carefully with carbon emissions targets in mind and start changing the way we do things and maybe do different things as well. A good example is the Edinburgh International Festival last summer, which decided to invite fewer productions, but to have them stay longer. So fewer productions flew in, but more people could enjoy these performances in Edinburgh for longer. Now, other key challenges, which I won't have the time to expand on much, and for which I don't necessarily have all the answers, but I think it's important to have these challenges in mind, so I'll mention them briefly. Another key challenge is how do we move away from a business model based on economic growth, a model which is incompatible with the limited resources we have and the climate crisis we face. I think one of the answers to that is we need to rethink our measures of success. And I think success should not be about constantly trying to grow and expand, but it should be about reaching a responsible, stable state that is economically viable and responsible for our planet and people. Other key challenges for me include asking the questions, how do we reach net zero as a collective rather than as an individual organization? We tend to see cultural organizations focus on their own carbon emissions reductions, but actually, what does that mean as a sector? How do we work together to reach net zero? I'm going to talk now about what you can do and to get started and share some top tips. Next slide, please. So if you haven't already done so, start recording your carbon emissions. And we need all the sectors to do that, not only cultural organizations and artists, but also other stakeholders, such as suppliers. This is really the baseline for understanding where your main emissions are, so you can then take the right actions and maximize the reduction of your environmental impacts. You can start by thinking about where you would expect your main emissions to be and start mapping the emissions you have control over. And it's okay not to have the full picture of your carbon emissions as you start. Carbon reporting evolves every year, and there are aspects that we didn't measure before that we're now including, such as looking at working from home emissions, thinking as well about your digital emissions. These are new things, and we didn't necessarily report on them as we started. But data is about provoking and enabling change. So it's better to understand your main impact and take action rather than understanding very precisely what your emissions are. It's knowing where you can make the change rather than having the pinpoint accurate data emissions. Taiwan's cultural sector carbon footprint may be different from Scotland's cultural sector carbon footprints, but I can give you just a brief general idea of what it usually looks like here. So energy and utilities tend to go down, mainly because the energy mix in Scotland is starting to be less dependent on fossil fuel, with more renewable energy year on year. Waste is smaller than expected. We've noticed that cultural organizations tend to over-focus on waste because it's the most visible environmental impact, but actually in terms of carbon impact, it represents only a small part of the total carbon footprint. And travel is usually around the same, if not even higher, than when cultural organizations started to report in Scotland. To address these environmental impacts, there are key opportunities to help you green your work. So you can think about minimizing emissions, but also working with adaptation. There is a really good toolkit you can find online if you type cultural adaptation toolkit that Creative Carbon Scotland has helped worked on. Think about as well working with influence. So how you can influence your audience and how they travel, for instance, because that would be a big impact as well on your footprint. And think about advocacy. So how you can maybe lobby the government to influence your reduction of carbon emissions. A little point about carbon offsetting. This is not the solution. It's rather a last resort option. Carbon offsetting is not efficient and it doesn't always ensure the carbon emitted will be removed from the atmosphere. So for example, the carbon you emitted today by flying is not removed by planting a number of trees. It takes time for a tree to grow and remove carbon dioxide. And it's not sure even the tree you plant will reach that stage. So what's most efficient is where we can directly cut carbon emissions. And carbon offsetting should only be considered once you made all the reductions you could possibly make. Collaborate is my last tip as well, with artists, with environmental organizations and other stakeholders. And always taking justice into consideration as well. Next slide, please. I put some links that I mentioned during this talk so you can have a look at them later. It includes as well, on the previous slide, you could see that was the page on Creative Carbon Scotland organization's website, where we have tools to help you, to help organizations measure and plan their carbon reduction. So it will be different for Taiwan, but maybe that can offer an idea of how we do that in Scotland. These were my last tip, but I'm sure we'll have more time to discuss at the Q&A session. So thank you for listening. You can go to the next slide. Thank you for listening, and I hope Taiwan will continue its work on sustainability and seize the massive opportunity to show leadership in the cultural sector that can transform societies. And I'm excited to hear about the other panelists, and I'm excited to see the change arise in Taiwan, and I hope to keep in touch. Thank you very much.
好，非常感谢我们第一位讲者。
Thank you to Romain for your talk. Thank you for your sharing your experience at the Edinburgh Festival, which is a very historic organization. And you've also touched on a lot of key points. I think it's very important for us to learn in Taiwan. I think we need to catch up with you. You talk about the timeline for net zero. You said you will strive to achieve net zero by 2045. And you also laid out the plans for each year. You have plans for each of the following years. I think that's something we can learn from. In terms of strategies, you talked about carbon management and carbon emission reduction plans. I think it's very valuable that in your organization you help artists and festivals organizations to analyze audiences and the ecosystem. I think it also it's very relevant to us in Taiwan, and it's important to find a balance between our financial and environmental impact. I think that's what your organization focuses on. And you also mentioned that we need to record our carbon emission. The previous speaker also talked about how we can calculate our individual carbon footprint. And there's the carbon calculator that we as individuals can use. I think we can also adopt that in our life and also at work so that we can come up with strategies to change how we work and how we hold events for audiences. I think it's a turning point for myself as well. And in that regard, we also need to catch up. So thank you to Romaine. We'll go back to you in the panel. And if you have questions to Romaine, please use Slido and type in your questions. Moving on to the second speaker is Jason Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Good afternoon. I will now hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to everyone attending the forum. And before I start, I would like to just say a few words by way of greeting to the audience in Chinese. 谢谢大家，下午好，很荣幸今
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be part of this session. I will speak in English and tell you a little bit about I Like Singapore.
Let me now proceed to share what we have been doing with I Like Singapore. As the host has kindly introduced me, I'm the Festival Director, and I'm from the Urban Redevelopment Authority of Singapore. To begin, I'd like to touch on a little bit about why the name for the festival is I Like Singapore. Perhaps it's a bit interesting to have something like I as part of the name. And I think the inspiration behind this particular title that we have given to the festival is the I alludes to the festival's innovative content, our desire to explore innovation, as well as in the process of doing so, how we can intelligently use lighting as well as feature an international lineup of creative talent in presenting the festival. At the same time, it is also an invitation to everyone, both artists, professionals in the industry, as well as visitors to the festival, to get involved in this free outdoor celebration of creativity in a new community space back in 2010 when we first started the festival. In the very beginning, when we first introduced the festival, we called it I Like Marina Bay because Marina Bay is where the festival is held. It was initially part of URA's placemaking efforts to raise the local and international profile as Marina Bay as a vibrant waterfront precinct, because back then we have just completed major developments around the precinct, and it was important for us to introduce what the precinct is about to the local community as well as to the world. And therefore, this was one of the festivals that we conceived and wanted to introduce to show the world what the precinct has to offer. But subsequently, in 2019, we made the decision to rebrand it as I Like Singapore. Now, this was in line with the decision at that point in time to commemorate Singapore's bicentennial. And when we repositioned the festival to be more inclusive, we felt that it was timely for us to make it a permanent name for the festival because it has, over the years, become a signature event, not just at Marina Bay itself where it's held, but for Singapore. Now, before I go into the festival proper, for some of you who might not be very familiar with Marina Bay, this is a day view of the beautiful Singapore signature skyline. And around the bay itself, which is the water body, is where we actually hold the festival. Now, the next slide will show you how the precinct looks like at night, from evening going into the night. And this is where we felt the place itself offers us a wonderful opportunity to showcase a series of light art installations as part of the festival to achieve the objectives that we have in mind. Just a quick look at with the beautiful place that we have, we saw it as locations where we can present many light art installations that can activate the public spaces, the waterfront promenade, and draw the community into this very big real estate. And we saw this as a way for us to reach out to them, to engage with them. Now, to begin with, let me share a little bit more about this year's festival. It was held from the 3rd to the 26th of June in the middle of this year, just about 5 months ago. And this year, we set the theme Spark of Light to anchor the festival. Now, the theme that we have set was inspired by the visible spectrum of light. Now, this is made up of light waves, and we chose for this year the color theme of violet, as you can see from the key visual, to be the color that will unify us, that will inspire artists in how they conceptualize and present their artworks. And why violet? Because violet, as a part of the visible light spectrum, is the shortest wavelength. And what it does is it is the most powerful electromagnetic wavelength in the visible spectrum of light. And we saw this as a way for us to encourage creative thinking and to look at different ways of understanding the world. So this, I think, sets the very important context for us as we went into the actual planning and the execution for the festival. Now, when I earlier showed you the view of the entire precinct, this festival maps out the route that festival goers will then be able to visit and experience the festival. The numbers you see marks out where the 20 light installations that we presented during this year's festival are located, as well as 2 key program venues. Now, I will not be able to go into too much details about each and every of these artworks, but this particular montage gives you a snapshot of the different and beautiful artworks that we were very fortunate to present as part of iLight Singapore 2022. Let me now proceed to show you a video of what the festival was like. I'm sorry, I think the audio didn't come on, so the video was screened in silence. My apologies on that. But hopefully the visuals itself was able to give you a good sense of what we presented as part of the festival. But before I continue with the second part of the presentation, I'd like to explain a little bit more about the festival, going beyond just an exhibition or a showcase of light art installations. I think from its inception, we have always seen the festival as a platform, as an important platform for us to communicate, to advocate, and raise awareness about environmental sustainability. And this is very much done through the artworks that we present, as well as the programming that comes as part of the festival. Now, environmental issues such as climate change, food waste, and sustainable development, I think are important challenges confronting not just Singapore, but the world as well. So we believe, just as Romain had earlier shared, in terms of the role of the arts in tackling the issue of climate change and environmental issues, we believe that the power of artworks really is able to help us communicate and engage the audience in a memorable, in a meaningful way, such that it goes a long way for us to get people to adopt environmentally friendly habits, and also a change in their thinking, and more importantly, in behaviors, in how we manage our lives, how we go about doing many, many things. So I think this is an important objective for us, but at the same time, underlying that is from the time when we looked at the planning and development of Marina Bay as an important part of the city centre in Singapore. We have always positioned Marina Bay as a sustainable precinct. So when we see the physical context of where we execute this festival versus the objective and the cause that we were promoting, it was very apt. It came together and was aligned very, very nicely. So with that as a context, let me now elaborate a little bit more about what we have been doing with iLight Singapore as a festival. First thing I would like to highlight is the desire to present artworks as part of the festival also provided an important platform for us to invite the youth and students to be part of this festival. So we have, as in the process, been executing what we call a student call to invite proposals from the young, so that this is a chance for them to present or showcase their talent and be able to engage and work alongside with some of the professional artists who are participating in the festival. So that's an important trust for us in promoting youth talent and creativity. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of student artworks that we have presented this year, these are the 4 student artworks that were selected. As you can see, and you probably caught a little bit of that in the video earlier, the quality of the artwork and the creativity that comes through, I think, is very, very impressive and commendable. Likewise, if we trace back to previous editions of iLight Singapore, where we had students also participated, these are the type of artworks that we've seen. And it's certainly something that we should be very proud of in terms of what our youth is capable of. Now, in terms of program highlights, apart from the 20 light installations that we have presented, we also have complementary events and activities. Now, let me just go into some of them. Lightwave is really an immersive, experiential installation that we presented in the waters of the bay, in Marina Bay itself. So this allowed a visitor to come through 5 different checkpoints, if I may describe it that way. And each of them is either immersive or allows them to interact, allows visitors to interact with each of these installations in a fun and very entertaining way. Another key aspect of the festival is the festival village. Here, apart from exciting the senses of visitors in terms of how they experience and view the light art installations, we wanted them to be able to satisfy their senses in other ways. So Singapore obviously is very famous for our food. So the festival village also featured a lot of interesting F&B, food and beverage, as well as retail. So people coming to visit the festival will have the chance to have a good meal or a snack during the visit to the festival itself. There's also live entertainment in terms of music performances. And for families who come down to the festival, there's also a giant inflatable park as well. At the same time, apart from the art that we present in terms of light art installations, we also had an art zone in the festival village. It was very much a graffiti competition where we allowed graffiti artists to come in and paint some of these containers that form part of the festival village in very interesting and unique, with interesting and unique designs. So if you can see from the programming in itself for visitors, it's intended to be very inclusive, as well as with a variety of offerings that can cater to the interests and preferences from people from all walks of life. And that is the objective at the end of the day, to welcome and draw in the community to this signature event. Now, in the execution, we also conducted light tours as part of a light forum. Here we engaged with professionals from the design and lighting industry, and we conducted tours for small groups of visitors to share with them about light design, about the importance of sustainable lighting, and so on. So these are some of the spin-off of fringe activities that take place during the festival. And also, with the many artists that participate in the festival, we also organize talks by these artists, sharing their stories and their inspirations behind the artworks that they present during the festival as well. So participants get to hear from these artists in person and have intimate discussions with them. We also have workshops that we invite students, and in the process of getting them to better understand what they can do with simple projects to light up, like for example, the two bridges that we identified for these two workshops. So by way of simple designs using light filters or screens, they can change the lighting effect that are found at these public spaces like bridges, and then be able to apply their creativity as well. Another location under another bridge is where they use lighting, shadows, and so on to change the environment, and in a creative and a very interesting manner. Of course, apart from allowing free access to the public to come and visit the festival every night over that 3 weeks, we also have specially conducted guided tours for different groups of people. This could be volunteers, people from the schools, our corporate partners and sponsors. And the intention was to share with them in some detail about how we went about to curate the festival, about the stories behind many of these artworks as well. So these are our ways of engaging the community. And of course, in telling the stories about our artworks, we tell them about, we promote and advocate the message of sustainability. Now, one of the ways we wanted to create greater awareness about the festival happening is, you can see from this particular photo, is we worked with buildings and properties around the precinct in Marina Bay to light up their buildings in the color theme of violet. So this helps us to demarcate or mark out the precinct where the festival is held, and in order for people to better appreciate that this is where the buzz is, where the excitement is. So I think this has helped us to geographically mark out the festival grounds. then I think a way to validate or as a testimony of the success of the festival in terms of its ability to attract the masses, the community down to the festival grounds is we even had the good fortune of buskers turning up because that's where the crowd is, and they turn up to perform. And as you can see from the visuals, they were doing brisk business in the sense there were a lot of supporters coming in to watch their performances. And I think we're glad to have the festival provide that context or that opportunity for them to showcase their talents. So we didn't have to even pay these buskers. They were very happy to make use of the festival as the venue for them to showcase their talent. So that's something that was a bit like a spin-off effect that we were able to accomplish as part of the festival. Now, the next part of my presentation will then really focus on the whole issue of sustainability. I think, as I mentioned earlier, a key objective for the festival, and really as a leading light festival championing sustainability, we wanted to bring across the importance of sustainability and sustainable development. So how did we do this? I think while we had the strategic goals that we have outlined, I think we believe that the festival allows us to have various tactical programs and initiatives that we can put out there to engage the public. Now, one important thing which is very often communicated through the presentation of the artworks is repurposing and reusing waste in how we present artworks. This can be executed or accomplished via crowdsourcing of these waste and materials from the community, and consciously using them as well as more environmentally friendly materials and energy-saving lightings to form these artworks. So that's an important aspect of the festival. In our brief to artists coming in with their proposals for the festival, this is an important consideration. Another aspect of what the festival seeks to do is to reduce energy consumption. An important program is the Switch Off Turn Up campaign that we have been doing for many years, many editions of the festival. Now, this campaign encourages corporations who owns properties or buildings, not just around Marina Bay itself, but in Singapore, to switch off non-essential lightings and turn up the temperature for their air conditioning during the festival period. But what we are very grateful and glad to see is with the organizations that participate and support in this campaign, many of them continue to do so beyond the 3-week festival and becomes like a routine or a practice for them. And we are very pleased to report that this year in particular, we were able to get more than 100 buildings and properties to support this initiative, and it is the highest number that we have seen for the 8 editions of iLight Singapore. And next, we have, through various collaborations with partners, attempt to promote green actions through gamification and rewards. Let me move on to the next few slides to explain this. So I explained a little bit already about how the artworks that we present encompass repurposing and reusing waste, so I won't elaborate too much of that. I've also talked about the Switch Off Turn Up campaign. But let me share a little bit more about some of the more direct initiatives reaching out to individuals coming to the festival. So, for example, we have the I Like I Pledge. So on the website, we actually have the chance for visitors when they visit the website to find out more about the festival to also voluntarily pledge to change their habits such that they can be more environmentally conscious They can perhaps look at how they can reduce the use of plastic, the materials in their daily lives, or conserve energy in the use of electricity and so on. And in terms of an app that we have rolled out as part of the festival through gamification, when they visit individual installations, there's a way for them to also learn about sustainability. So these are some of the tactical initiatives that we introduce as part of the festival for us to be able to engage more effectively with the target audience. So a quick report card. I think we are very pleased to say that 100% of our light art installations use energy-saving LEDs, right? We were able to have 706 unique participants take part in iQuest, which is the app-based gamification feature. And 162 people actually pledged to champion sustainability of the festival and beyond. And as I said, more than 100 organizations supported the Switch Off Turn Up campaign. And in that whole execution for the festival, we were able to achieve 50,000 kilograms of carbon offset through the iPledge effort as well. And in totality, when we look at what we have done with the festival, I think we drew 1.7 million visitors over 3 weeks. Overall, they were able to say 99% of them were satisfied with what they saw with the festival. We suspect maybe the 1% found the festival a bit overwhelming with so many things that they can see and do and the excitement that they experience probably. Right. And on the website itself, the festival website, we saw 1.1 million page views. And we had 809 festival-focused coverage, telling people not just about the festival, but more about what the festival is attempting to champion in terms of sustainability. And in terms of PR value, 18.7 million. And on social media like Instagram and Facebook, 30 million impressions. So this, I think, is a report card that we are very happy with what we have done. But we'll continue to do more with subsequent festivals in the future. And really, this is a snapshot of some of the media coverage as well as social media postings. And at the end of the day, it is the people that we want to engage. I think the feedback from them is 98% of them saw this as an excellent platform to not just promote art in the community, but more than 90% see this Sustainable Light Festival as indeed setting out to achieve what we wanted in terms of the objectives. So with that, I come to the end of my presentation. I'm happy to have the interaction with all of you during the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason, for your talk. I believe all of you here are like me here. We're so inspired. The video showed such a beautiful festival. At our university, of course, we are a University of the Arts. We have the Department of New Media, and we also organize a Lights Festival. And we have programs across Taiwan. This year, we did one in Harbor, and we also work with local communities. And of course, maybe next year, we need to incorporate sustainability into our festival next year. So from your talk, I think we are all reminded that we need to continue in our efforts of sustainability. I think I was deeply touched by your efforts in Singapore. I liked Singapore involved so much people and use gamification and app to engage the public to promote our sustainability, and so that your audiences can be part of the efforts. And more importantly, in this space, you engaged more than 100 buildings to participate in this switch off campaign. and also the switch off and turn up campaign. And that can reduce carbon emission. I think it's a model that we can learn from. So again, thank you to Jason. Now, moving on, please join me in welcoming Yingping Li, CEO of the Lovely Taiwan Foundation. So we will now have some time. We will invite Yingping Li to share with us what she's been doing at the Lovely Taiwan Foundation. Your organization has a lot of work in remote areas such as Taidong. I'm from Taidong. So during the rehearsal, we chatted a little bit. We actually went to the same school. So we are all familiar with your work. You've done so much, especially in Taidong and Zhishan. And I think this is a very important place, making efforts. It's also motivated by sustainability. So could you tell us a little bit about what you are doing? Thank you, Jack, and thank you for the opportunity. I have 10 minutes, right? So I want to talk about Zhishan Autumn Rice Harvest Arts Festival. It's a very unique festival in Taiwan. Zhishan, as you all know, is located in the east of Taiwan, is located in the Rift Valley. It's a small town, and it's best known for its rice. In the 1980s, the local farmers, of their own accord, recognized that the best asset they can leave to their future generations is the land. So they took it upon themselves to change from the conventional farming to organic farming so that they can preserve the land. In 2009, our foundation have the opportunity to visit the local community. We are struck by such beautiful scenery between the coastal and central ranges. It was such a breathtaking view. So we stayed. We decided to work with the local residents and see what we can do for them. Maybe is there a way that we can help them? So we discussed with the local residents, and together we came up with the idea of Zhishan Autumn Rice Harvest Arts Festival. It's a unique theater where nature and humanity becomes one. So this is a picture of the festival. Here you see the fields of rice. In 2009, this is the first ever festival. It was a very experimental festival. So we kept it simple. We invited Mr. Cheng Guanyu, a pianist, to play in the middle of the rice fields. A week later, we made it to Time. This was chosen as the best of photos by Time. So I think it's true in that being local is the most global. And in 2015, Mr. Lin Huaiming came up with a production called Rice. It's debuted in 2015 in Zhishan, and then it toured around the world for more than 100 shows. And in 2015, the cover page of the New York Times is this show, The Rise by Cloud Gates. I think the core value here is respect for nature and land conservation. I think that's something we all agree on. So it's such a wonderful festival, but it lasts only 3 days, and there's only one show per day. And you can't make a reservation for next year's event in advance because we don't even know when next year's event will be held. And we need to wait for the farmers to tell us. They will tell us when we can host the event based on weather, and because they need to do the seeding and tell us when they're going to harvest. And based on that, we will be able to decide when we're going to host the event. These are some of the programs we had. So we need to be local. And that determines what kind of programs and shows we choose and which artists we invite. For example, here, Ame. She's from Tangdong. She's from the Beinan group, so she wants to sing to her own people in her own hometown. And this is 13 Tongues by Cloud Gates. It's a production based on religion. Performing in the rice fields is actually very relevant to its themes. It's not just an event, it's more than a festival. More importantly, it's a social campaign for us. There is a huge gap between urban and rural areas, and to reduce that gap, we need to empower local residents. And that's why lovely Taiwan Foundation has been promoting the local residents. We step back and give the stage to the local residents. A decade ago, when we first held the festival, the local residents began to think about what it means to have this festival. And then more and more residents began to join us as volunteers. At the beginning, they did very simple jobs. And then later, the local junior high school had their students come join us, and also their local community came to join us as volunteers. And so that we can work side by side with the local residents. This festival is because of the local residents, and so these local residents become the heroes of the festival, and that's how we can become an international brand that can represent Taiwan. Through this festival, we turn disadvantages into advantages, and we shine the spotlight on a local town. At first, only one local resident came join us, and now we have already 300 local residents as our volunteers. I'll play the video later. So if you remember, in September, Zhishan was struck by earthquake at 6.8 scale, so transportation was interrupted. However, nobody contacted us to say they want a refund on the ticket. People just waited patiently. The audiences did their best and to come up with their own means of transportation to go and show up at our event. Nobody asked for a refund. They all came. For this festival, I am often asked what kind of backup plan we have for rain. And people say it's so difficult to get the tickets. Why don't you hold more events and let it run for a month? And some say, so many people want to go to your event. Why don't you turn it into a carnival and just do more events? What would you do if you were me? Well, maybe some would really scale it up, but I think it's a very important stage for us. If it rains, we will simply go ahead in rain. And because we go ahead in rain, we are able to see such beautiful scenery. This show was done in rain. This is a very natural setting. It's a setting among rice fields, and it actually goes very well with the show. So when it rains, we simply go ahead in rain. And why can't we run it for a month? And we can't do 3 shows a day. Well, my explanation is this. Now that we are in the countryside, we simply follow the natural rhythm. And it takes time for the natural environment to recover. So we don't do shows in the evening. Why can't we run it for a month? As you can see, the stage is placed on a rice field. And the rice fields turned from green to yellow a week before our show. And it was only 2 days ago that they all turned golden. And so it's all the work of nature. This setting was done by nature, but it was ready only 2 days ago. And 3 days after our show, our event, farmers went harvest, because the longer the rice stay in the fields, the less tasty the rice becomes. And so it's all about timing. When we watch the shows, we are actually part of nature. We are speaking in a dialogue with nature, and you will be at awe of nature. And so the third question, why can't we upscale into a carnival? Why can't you also introduce installations? My answer is simple, is we will keep it as they are, because our audiences are not busy looking for new installations. Instead, we want our audiences to slow down, be at ease in the local town, so that they can learn more about the local residents. And that's how I think is really sustainable trips. And so what I really want to share with you is, it's like my topic. The festival is a place for us to learn from nature and to strike a balance between nature and humanity. And that's what we want to communicate through this arts festival and what we are striving toward. Now, I want to play the video. Background music was sung by Mr. Sambu. He is an indigenous from the Zhiben tribe in Taidong. Here you can see our performing artists enter the stage.
our volunteers, students. This is from the Cloud Gates in 2018. This is a ritual to pray for the rain. Performance by Youth Theater. This is singer Ame singing and praying for her tribal people. Aline, she's from the Taiwan tribe. Thank you. That's all from me. So for us, the Autumn Rice Harvest Arts Festival is very unique. That's who we are, and we want to give Taiwan an opportunity to go sustainable, and this is our way. Another round of applause for Miss Lee from the lovely Taiwan Foundation. I'm deeply touched. The Eastern Valley itself is a natural stage. You don't need staging, you don't need scenery. It's all natural there. So integration with nature is an achievement, really, by your foundation, and I fully support you to continue to hold the festival in a meaningful and sustainable manner. Ms. Lee also mentioned that this festival cannot be held, cannot be run for a longer time, because we need to respect local communities. We need to respect the nature that is a blessing. And so a question is that a lot of people want to go there live, and then there's earthquake, there's interruption of traffic, all sorts of issues. And at the end, a lot of people have to watch it live stream, right? I'd like to know, so in addition to Eastern Taiwan, do you have any other ideas, any plans to move the festival to other towns in Taiwan? The festival is more than an art festival. It's a way to drive change, drive local change. And we can't drive people there just with ads, marketing, right? Because it's really far. It's not easy to go there. You have to be willing to go there. You go there because you want to learn about the land. You love it. And the art festival is a catalyst. And it's only run by 3 days. But you attend the festival, you learn about it. What we want is you don't have to go there within those three days. Across a year, there are 300 plus days. You could go there at any other time and enjoy the township. Every town, every city is different in terms of its development, etc. So for us at Miaoli, Hualien, Pingdong, we have different plans adjusted based on the nature and the conditions and our partners. Some are local farmers, some local schools, youth groups. We select the most optimal approach for execution, to incorporate cultural elements in a subtle, almost invisible way, and help artists integrate with local communities and build relationships. We also have a lot of details that I can share. And maybe that's a topic for another day. I would love to share how we develop plans for different towns and integrating our knowledge and experience in art, in agriculture, in placemaking. Thank you, Ms. Lee. There's a question from our online audience for Jason Chen. So, in addition to engagement, what is ILITE Singapore's strategy for sustainability? In addition to PR, what are other approaches to sustainability? In addition to the switch off campaign, what's your approach to energy consumption in terms of the ILITE Festival? So, Jason, if you could take the question, please.
Excellent question. I think in our vision for the festival, and this translates then into the planning and execution with each edition, we saw the need for us to look at specific areas where we can attempt to ensure that we are able to achieve the objective of sustainable development, being environmentally sustainable. But we also recognize that it is necessary for us to progressively scale up our effort because to attempt to address the issue of sustainability, I think it is a long-drawn process. It is also a very extensive process. So I would have to acknowledge that we have not achieved as much and as quickly as we would like, but we made conscious effort with each edition to look at new ways of achieving that sustainability goal. So for example, there was also a question of the things that we do operationally, tactically. I think we looked at, for example, doing away with printed festival maps because it wasn't sustainable to print, and then it leads to waste. We looked at working with our partners who come on board the festival. For example, the food and beverage operators who are selling food and so on, to look at reducing the use of plastic materials in the receptacles, in the utensils that they use. So these are to us small ways, but they all contribute to the larger goal. And it is not just about limiting it to the festival. I think when we are able to show this to the visitors, as I've said and emphasized a few times, it is really attempting to also extend our reach beyond just the confines of the festival. So that, I think, is an ongoing effort. There is that ambition for us with subsequent editions to look at how we can achieve perhaps carbon neutrality more formally, in a more structured manner. How can we look at also gaining carbon credits to help us achieve in a bigger way, a more structured way. But I would like to say that this is an ongoing process. We're still learning, we're still finding our way, and we count on many of our partners coming on board to support us as well. So I hope that addresses the question that was posed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, for your response. I think I would like to take some time to direct a question to Homan. We saw the presentation of three festivals, actually. One from Taiwan in Taitung, integration with nature, and Singapore. ILITE Singapore is a way to integrate lighting technology and art. And Homan, in your capacity as a festival officer, the Edinburgh Festival is a front runner and longtime supporter of sustainable art. So when you look at these two festivals, could you give us some suggestions or advice? Sustainability is important for nations across the world. And there are different ways to do it. Could you give us any advice to reduce carbon footprint and go greener? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, I mean, it was really interesting to hear about the different ways that these festivals are taking, and think the E-Light Festival was doing a lot around influencing their audience, which is really important. And it was really good to see how the other festival in Taiwan is working to integrate nature and be really aligned with nature, respecting the land and the local people. Ways I see that are important to take into consideration when you think about environmental sustainability for your festival is, as I was saying, I think earlier, is in terms of carbon emissions, really having a good understanding of where your emissions are, all of them, to make sure that, you know, there's not one part of your emissions that you're actually ignoring, but it might be the biggest impact of your festival. And it's, you know, it's very likely to be travel, the travel from your audience, but also from your staff or the artists, or it could be as well from energy, the energy you're using on site. But again, it will depend from one festival to another. So maybe, you know, the one in Taiwan, working with local people, might have different carbon impact or wider environmental impact to consider. So making sure that you're not forgetting one of those environmental impacts. So you make sure that you can reduce everywhere where it's possible. I think, you know, influencing is a really important way to reduce your environmental impact. So thinking about communication and being really transparent as well to your audience and how what you do on environmental sustainability, but also where maybe, you know, there might be failures. There are always, you know, failures on environmental sustainability projects, and I think those ones are often not shared, but I actually think there's a failure in learning from things that might not always work. So thinking about sharing this as well is really important for the sector to learn and prevent, you know, repeating errors. And again, thinking about climate adaptation. So, you know, with the climate currently changing, you need to adapt to those changes. So thinking about how that might affect your work and find solutions, creative solutions to adapt to that. We've seen in Europe, you know, festivals that were not able to run because all of a sudden there was heavy rainfall and that affected the equipment and the festival had to be cancelled. Or we saw as well with the heat waves in France, festivals that had to find ways to, you know, have water because it was too dry, etc. So thinking about how this might impact the way you work and how the festival is running to be able to survive as well as a sector. And again, integrating climate justice. So thinking about how, you know, you might take environmental actions, but actually how those environmental actions making sure that they don't create more inequalities and making sure that people can benefit from the actions you're taking. I think this was quite visible with the example of the festival in the Autumn Rise Harvest Festival.
But so making sure that, you know, any environmental sustainability actions that you're taking is taking into consideration other people and nature as well. Sometimes there are environmental actions that might have a positive impact on one aspect, but can also actually have a detrimental negative effect on other aspect of nature. So for instance, thinking about noise, you know, if it's too noisy, that might impact the wildlife around your event, this kind of things. So having a really wide and systemic approach always is really important, I think, when you think about environmental sustainability. I hope that answers your question.
OK， 好，谢谢
Thank you, Roman, to your answers and your advice. Because of time, I'm afraid I will have to wrap up here. We've heard so much from your festivals about nature and also festivals featuring technology, and also how you're doing in terms of carbon reduction. I think in conclusion, we need to have good strategies. We need to analyze, because sustainability is not just about art. Sustainability is more importantly for the humankind to sustain. So we need to come up with strategies. Of course, there are many challenges. To be sustainable, you need to be environmental friendly, to cut carbon emission. We need to change habits of our audiences and our staffs. So these are all big challenges. However, we do need to take actions. So this is the key. Again, thank you to the three speakers. A big round of applause to thank them for joining us. Goodbye. Thank you to the moderator and the panelists and speakers. We will begin Comprehensive Forum 2 directly. Please take a short break.
各位现场及线上参与的来宾，大家好。
Ladies and gentlemen, how time flies. We are now moving into the last session of today, Comprehensive Forum 2. The moderator of this session is Guo Huayu, Dean of Research and Development of TNUA. Ladies and gentlemen, on site and online, this is the final session. It feels surreal. I want to hear more from the other speakers. That's okay. We will continue next year. Don't be sad. First, allow me to introduce the panelists of this session. The mastermind of this event, the President Kai Huangchen of TNUA. Also, Lianquan Li, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Culture. To my left, the panelists from the previous sessions. I've known them for more than 2 decades. The first one is Qin Sheng Chen, Chairman of the Performing Arts Alliance. He debuted in 1987. It's impossible for us back then to imagine that there's no censorship for screenplay anymore. And he has been an advocate in the field since 1987. So he's done so much in the past years. And Yao Huasu, Associate Professor of Association of the Visual Arts in Taiwan. And back in the 1990s, she has been one of the important people in one of the 2 important think tanks in the field. And also Yingping Li, CEO of the Lovely Taiwan Foundation. I think such a beautiful name, Lovely Taiwan Foundation. She has to be here because what she's doing is really pushing Taiwan to a better place. Yiping was part of Kage's tour to China, mainland China. She was in charge of PR, and she was a colleague of Jing Chen's, and she served in the Taipei city government. She also served in the Ministry of Culture. Now she's doing a lot across Taiwan. After today, she's going to Miaoli too. So all of the panelists here have had a lot of communication with our Vice Minister too. So please allow me to introduce the other moderator of the session, President Chen. It took only half a year for us to organize this event. It's all because support from President Chen. And I wonder what his takeaway is from the 2 days of discussion. Can I just sit while I talk, or should I stand? Well, I have one slide. Can you play it for me? Might as well stand. A big thank you to Lianquan Li, Vice Minister, for joining us on behalf of the Ministry of Culture to show their support for the International Forum for Art and Sustainability. We've had so many important groups joining us from Taiwan, such as PAA, AVAT, and a lot more organizations that I don't have time to address. But it's because of your support. And Marita, it's all because of your efforts that we are able to put this together. It's a team effort. This week, I have a very busy schedule. From Monday to Wednesday, we had another conference. It was also conducted here. We held an international conference on technology and philosophy. It was a 3-day event. I was here the whole day for the first 3 days too, because I felt that I need to know everything. From this slide, this is what we talked about. On the first day, we talked about post-Europe philosophy, focusing on technology. And on the second day, we talked about what Asia is. We talked about all of the philosophical systems. We touched on the philosophies in Japan. We learned from the Japan experience. And this is what we talked about on day 3. From Professor Xu, we reached a conclusion for this stage. These keywords have been talked about a lot. When people ask me what we have in Taiwan, I tell them we have diversity and locality. Diversity also takes 3 forms. The first one is biodiversity. And the second one is new diversity. The third one at the bottom is techno-diversity. So through today's forum, we are also learning from the global experience. Yingping has taught us a lot about their experience, and also we heard from a lot of speakers from different countries. There were so many touching stories. After World War II in Taiwan, there have been many small bubbles, I call them. And in each of those bubbles, there are different plans for sustainability. However, these bubbles have not become really highly systematic or industrial systems. And that's why we organized this forum, so that we can start making changes. I'm afraid I need to take some time to share my thoughts. In 2004, in the Taipei Biennial, one of the artists, Yoko Ono, was here. She came up with a tree of wishes, and after the show, I was one of the artists that year too. And it so happened that my work needed a tree, so I used Yoko's tree. And that tree stayed there for more than half a year. But in the end, it was thrown away too. But somehow the tree was used in 2 shows. It was a beginning. It didn't come from theory. It was simply something we as artists do. In the last century, the 20th century, in the visual arts area, there were 3 questions. The first one is, what is art? We are still asking that question today. Probably we'll continue to ask it tomorrow. And the second one is, when does something becomes art? In 2004, when Yoko carried that tree into the museum, and also some rocks we carried into the museum. The rocks, because they were placed in the museum, they became art. And then the third question, an urgent question, is what are the possibilities of art in sustainability? To achieve sustainability, we need to work with artists in different countries. There's no time to stop. From these 2 days, we heard from speakers in Japan, North America, Australia, and Europe, as well as all places around Taiwan. We've learned so much. It's not an easy task to gather all of them here for such a conversation. So I've learned so much, and it was an emotional experience for me. This is all very urgent. In Taiwan, how can we build a system or even have legislation in place for materials reuse? I think we need to have a more well thought out plan and have more discussion and even come up with theories and form policies so that the public sector can also do their part and also use it as a reference. I have a few pledges that I want to make here. On behalf of our university, I want to make such pledges. The International Forum for Art and Sustainability will last at least 3 consecutive years because we have 30 venues and buildings. We want to start going sustainable here because besides knowing what, we'll need to develop knowledge of knowing how. It's different from what museums do, maybe, but in this process, we can also propose a model that works for Taiwan. A guidebook for our sustainability in Taiwan. We can be an example and contributor. And the second pledge I want to make is in 5 years, after 3 years of this conference, that is in 2027, we hope to reach the theater Green Book standards. We need to at least reach baseline in all our venues and buildings. For us, this is no easy task. It's very challenging. I think it's very difficult to reach even the baseline level. It has to take efforts from all of the staffs and students, but I'm making that pledge now. If Patty were here, I think he'll be happy. In his talk, he was so passionate about this issue. From all the speakers, I sense such strong passion.
The third is that I'd like to ask our Dean of R&D to work with the Art Research Institute. We are considering to incorporate, to make a new change. So a certain ratio of the students in the institute have to do their thesis on sustainability and art. Because as Dawn mentioned, higher education is a key entry point to promote sustainability. We need more research in this area. What Ms. Lee is doing is remarkable. Efforts from the private sector. And we need to expand their influence through more studies, through more efforts from our side. I'm happy that we have the Vice Minister of Culture to join us today. And here's our request to the Vice Minister. Please continue to support TASA. Please continue to support us so that we could hold this forum for the next 3 years to translate knowledge, know-how into real actions, real tangible results. And I think Ministry of Culture should take a more systemic approach. Taiwan is becoming an aging society. We become a super-aged society in 3 years. For Japan, it takes 3 years. For Australia, 50 years. So 3 years later, we would become a super-aged society. A lot of junior elementary schools won't have students. Do we repurpose these buildings? So I think we need a better urban plan to use these soon-to-be idle buildings effectively. This would be an important step for art practitioners to use resources, shared resources, to build for their practice, and this is a way to conserve resources and save energy. I would also like to make a small suggestion to the Ministry of Culture. Ministry of Culture should play a role, but at the same time, Ministry of Education should also play a role. So we would like to request the ministry to take the initiative and help the Ministry of Education and the art sector build an alliance or a working group so that we have a better platform, opportunity to make our statement. I think it's been a request for the past decade for the practitioners. And it takes a lot of efforts and time to communicate, to disseminate information. Just as Yoko Ono's example I mentioned. Why does a rock become a piece of an art when it's placed in a special space? When we give an object, when we display or showcase a project in an artistic form, it has value. And we need to express, make our statement in a way that shows our value, how we value sustainability. Thank you. Thank you, President Chen. I know, so previously we heard voices from the private sector, and now I'd like to invite Mr. Chen, Chairman of Performing Arts Alliance, to say a few words. So, I think I'd like to talk about a few things. In these 2 days, we've seen there is high level of consensus in the private sector, and we need more government support. Take performing arts, for example. I think there are some key issues for the ministry to consider. I think venues are key. We have to play by ears. we need to consider the venue and then audience. And venue and performing artists. As for venue, there are 3 key performing arts centers. They are ready in infrastructure, in human resources. I think there are key 4 indicators that we should focus on first, because there are already international standards there. But how to reach the standards? We need strategy, we need directions. Performing centers in different cities should also be incorporated into the planning process. We did a panel discussion on performing halls. And I know a lot of people don't want extra work, but no one is an outsider. Everyone has a role to play. We need to drive change from within. And for us at PAA, we are the intermediary between different stakeholders, trying to offer support. And we've been conducting venue evaluation for more than 10 years. For the past 2 years, because of COVID, we were tasked by the ministry to support these venues. And we've built positive partnerships. Then we will try to promote sustainability, but we need more tools, more methods, and hopefully you could support us. And actually the ministry already has put in place some measures, but it requires a paradigm shift. Global trends have changed. How do we keep up with global trends? Many people think that the later we open, we will lag behind others, right? So this is the situation we are facing right now. In the morning, I didn't talk about this case. We are still looking for a warehouse, planning for logistics and prop storing. But in MFTA's case, they are using it in a very strategic way and turn it into like an IKEA warehouse. They know the ins and outs, the selection criteria, and we've seen already in Europe such case study, including the case study from the US.
In your production, you need to have a certain percentage of reused new materials and recycled materials. So they've been able to reach a consensus. And they've realized instead of spending money on materials, you spend money on money because it takes time for people to do the savings. And so they've shifted the funding from materials to humans. And that tells us we need to integrate our approaches in sustainability. Going forward, I think, of course, there are many challenges, but we've learned so much in the past 2 days, and We need to learn as we do. I think in this ecosystem, we have so many talents. We have so many great minds. After identifying the restraints, we are able to break those boundaries. We need to accelerate. And in this forum, we brought together experts from various fields, and from the face of the audience, I can tell that people are ready. People can't wait to roll up their sleeves and change the industry. I think that's something shared among the audience. Thank you. Some of the things you mentioned can be carried out by PAA immediately, but some involves collaboration. How about Yao Hua? I think the visual arts is different from performing arts. We already see a lot of artists trying to be using non-toxic materials and be environmentally friendly. But it's difficult when we are outside of the artist's studio. When we're in the public venues and even during the transport, the sourcing or packaging or logistics is arranged by the venues. It's impossible for the artists to intervene. And that's my message to the public sector. I call on the Ministry of Culture to take the lead and build a system. We want this supply chain to be sustainable. But as of now, everything is in silo. So I can't think of a better person to speak to than Vice Minister. And of course, it takes more than the Ministry of Culture. But I think in the government, there could be a possibility for a task force. It's more than just taking the works of art to the museums or to the venues. I think in the process of curation or exhibition, it's inevitable that there's carbon emission, no matter how hard an artist tried to cut that. I think in last year, Lin Ying showed 49 dead trees in New York, but he replanted more than 1,000 trees across 5 boroughs in New York. It's not because of his own effort. It's a group effort from different organizations. It's a group effort identifying the carbon emission and finding the locations to plant those trees. It's not something that the Ministry of Culture can do alone. No artist do harm to the environment on purpose. We are there to protect the environment. We are always the first to safeguard the environment. But how can we do more? How can we use science as the basis and be more sustainable? And how can we take concrete actions in this trend? And science-based means not basing everything on your emotions. And that's what we do in forming the alliance. We need to have a model or calculator that works for Taiwan. Of course, the Ministry of Economic Affairs provides an efficient factor. But in Taiwan, we are different from other countries. We need to find what works for Taiwan and have a science-based calculator specifically made for Taiwan. It could be used by individuals, artists, and also museums so that they know how they can offset the carbon emission. I've worked at the Ministry of Culture. I think there are a few projects that I want to call out. For example, public art project. you have a lot of budget. I think you have such a large budget. So for a public art to not be sustainable does not make sense. I think for the public art sustainable project, you have to think of your impact on the island. I think the least you can do is see within your own budgets, your own projects, and see how you can come up with criteria or standards and to use the budget efficiently. And for example, there are some locations where you can ask them to do an environmental impact assessment. After the cultural based law was passed, we still can't put that into action because whenever we want to do something, the Ministry of Economic Affairs are nervous because whenever we launch an environmental assessment, people would feel like it never ends. But I don't think that anyone of here is a cultural terrorist. We are for culture. We are for peace. I think for the policy or the legislation, I think we need to use them to our benefit so that we can work for better for our environment and sustainability. I talk about venues, public art. Those are all within your jurisdiction. Venues plays a very important role. The public museums are venues for artists. So I think venues can tell artists what kind of ways are more sustainable. So you need to be able to tell artists how to change. It has to start from the venues. Otherwise, no matter how much we talk about sustainable use, it's difficult to see concrete action because concrete action at the end of the day is the most important. I think in Taiwan, a lot of places have this environment festivals. It's closely tied to place making. I'm not saying it's bad. And we are not asking all of the festivals to be like the Chishang festival because it takes a lot of time for you to change a lot of the things. But now that it's called environment or environmental conscious festivals, maybe the Ministry of Culture needs to do more so that these festivals are not just about bringing more tourists or focusing on simply getting more people to visit. Instead, these festivals can be showcases of sustainability of what we just talked about. Last year, there was a new biennial, and they stopped talking about getting more people to visit it. They focused on artists, and it focused on making better life for both the venue and visitors in Helsinki. I think if we, as long as we do that, we are on the right path.
I think Yao Hua is again emphasizing the issue of an interrupted green supply chain. And actually, the lovely Taiwan Foundation once built such a CRC, a Creative Reuse Center. Would you like to share more? We actually do a lot of projects. I'd like to first thank the university for hosting this forum. I really would love to see it to continue for the next 3 years. Because we've talked about the environment in ESG, but there is S, there is G, there are so many topics that we could explore further. and the art sector is actually lagging behind compared to other sectors. So we need university and the government to play a more proactive role in driving sustainability. So as our moderate said, yes, we did a 2-year research program on CRC, Creative Reuse Center. At that time, the late Margaret Xiao talked to me that carbon reduction has long been an element, a key element in their policy, on their policy agenda. As for the details, how to work them out, probably that's PAA's task for the future. What I want to say is the private sector, the ESG concept is embedded in the private sector. We are all doing what we can to practice ESG. So the foundation is there. And the ministries have corresponding policies to drive this. So we have the concepts, we have the alignment, but is there action? Not much. So I'd like to take this opportunity to say that I think in the next 5 years, there are a few things the government could focus on. First, venue, as all of us mentioned. There's no waiting. Both museums and performing arts centers should start practicing ESG standards. I serve on the board of TNUA, and at the very first board meeting, I proposed this, practicing ESG standards. The government has asked businesses to practice ESG. Then naturally, we cannot lag behind. So I suggest Ministry of Culture convene a meeting and develop a set of guidelines, ESG guidelines, for all sorts of art venues. Set a time frame. And the government has to lead by example. Over the past 10 years, there are so many public agencies, government agencies that hold exhibitions, light festivals that consume so much resource. For example, fireworks. A lot of people are saying, do not use fireworks, it will cause environmental pollution. But this year, I haven't seen less, but more. Firework there, firework here. Light festival, very energy intensive, funded by the government. So the government should lead by example by reducing such events, such exhibitions, design fairs, art fairs. These all come from government agencies. So the government should take the leadership to reduce energy wasting events or festivals. If you don't do it first, the private sector won't act fast. And it will be difficult to promote this. To my knowledge, a lot of businesses were sort of forced by MOEA to go green, to practice ESG. If you don't become a green business, you will not have a competitive edge. And the Ministry of Economy has been helping businesses of all kinds, right? So I think the Ministry of Culture should take the responsibility to provide incentives and develop subsidy programs to support artists, art organizations give more carrots instead of sticks to help art organizations, curators to embrace sustainability, to go green. Maybe there should be also incentives to help the private sector to come up with all sorts of solutions. The Ministry of Culture should provide strong support. There are so many projects from the MOEA and CRC. It's a pity, but it's an iconic project and initiative. But if you want to have such space available, you really need the government support. Otherwise, it's very difficult. So maybe the ministry could consider holding competitions, holding tenders, to engage the private sector to help tackle sustainability issues. That's all. Thank you. We are going over time a little bit, but I think that's okay, because I believe all of you are eager to hear what the Vice Minister has to say. But let's welcome Vice Minister of Culture. President Chen, our three panelists, and the moderator. I'd like to talk about two topics. First, policy. Second, 3 action plans from the Ministry of Culture. So I've prepared something. I do have something to share with you. First, let me talk about the SDGs, 2030 SDGs by UN. The government does have an SDG plan, but the Ministry of Culture was not part of it. We were not aligned with the central government. And I'd like to thank President Chen for advocating the importance of practicing SDG goals. And this July, early this year, the NDC launched a 2050 net zero roadmap. I took notice. I saw a public announcement from the central government that says we need to allocate 500 million for across 4 years. So we have such budget. And next year, 2023, we should have 80 million in budget. So realizing SDG goals will be a key target under our efforts to reach net zero. And
going net zero is a global trend, and a lot of countries, 136 countries, have pledged to go net zero by 2050. So it involves global thinking. In Taiwan, 57% of our economy comes from export. So for Taiwan is even more urgent than the other countries. In 2019, I actually break the issue into 3 pieces. The first one is non-electricity. The CO2 emission is more than 100 million ton. By 2050, we want to achieve net zero when we still have more than 21 million tons of carbon to emissions now. And for electricity, besides, except for renewables, there is a CCUS coefficient. I will explain this one. And energy generation results in 22 million carbon emissions. And even if we plant trees, we are only able to cut carbon emission by 22 million tons. I'm telling you the figures because I want to show you that I am aware of the gravity of the issue. Going forward, being net zero does not mean emitting no greenhouse gas. But there's CCUS. It means natural utilization and storage of carbon, which means when you have carbon emission, you sequester it and use it, and then that's considered carbon negative. Now, for example, I have a jacket here. This one is carbon negative. It's made from Yuandong, which means although there's carbon emission from the production, they sequester it and then turn that into alcohol and then into the fabrics that's used to make this jacket. And that's how it achieves negative carbon. And also we do reforestation. To cut carbon emission, and the topics of CCUS is the trend of the future. The government is pledged to carbon reduction, transformation of life, and social transformation, which is relevant to us. And based on that, we also come up with a net zero goal for the Ministry of Culture. So SDG and net zero is interrelated. Being zero carbon is only part of the SDG effort. It's simply an easier initiative to take on. So I have 4 goals. The first one is to use mature technology to increase energy efficiency. The second is to use CCUS materials to achieve negative carbon emission. And the third is a change in the production and consumption of carbon to reduce carbon emission. And the fourth one is to go global, so that I hope that you in the arts can push for more change. And I want to introduce 3 action plans. The first one like I said, I have a budget of $500 million. So next year we will have 8 million. I split it across 4 projects. The fourth one is a project for promoting research and development in art. For example, you can have resources put into doing research for CCUS. We will have 8 million for this one. And the second project is achieving net zero in the arts sector. I have assigned 46 million. And then in the film industry, I will give you 20 million. And then another 12 million. Museum, you have 4 million. So also I have another project for the visual arts and media arts. And it's I'll allocate 14 million to the performing arts, and also I'll give the book affair and cultural expo some budget to showcase their efforts. That was the first action plan. And because of your forum, I gave out instruction that we need to come up with guidelines for art sustainability events. When my colleagues come up with the guidelines, there will also be more guidelines for museums and performing venues. And we need to have your input and see how we can come up with the guidelines. We need to combine practice and theory, and of course, we need to celebrate some of the values you value. And also, I've thought about the subsidies to the arts industries, but still in the process of coming up with a plan, but they are in my head. So believe me when I tell you that I care about you. And also, the third action plan, I want to thank Minister Li for his support. We will ask listed companies and over-the-counter listed companies to direct their resources to art events and the arts industry. This policy is implemented, and they have provided a handbook for over-the-counter listed companies. When I was in office, we incorporated promoting corporate sustainability into that handbook. And later, Minister Li got permission from SEC to put that into their handbook, which means in the future, when the SEC looks at the listed companies, they will review this criteria. I think for the arts industry, this is very good news, and it will be very helpful for you to do SCGs. Those are the 3 action plans that we already have.
We'll see if you have more questions for me. Thank you, Minister. I think I don't need to wrap up. You've already taken your notes, and I think maybe we are partners with the ministry. Let's work together to carry our responsibility. And I'd like to invite our president to wrap up the forum. I'd like to thank the Vice Minister of Culture for joining us, for supporting the art sector. Thank you for sharing the 3 action plans. Vice Minister Li oversees a lot of projects related to the art sector. And this forum is our effort to make the first step to drive the art sector towards sustainability. These 3 years of COVID have changed the world irreversibly. We need to focus again on sustainable, on the values that we hold dear to. I'd like to thank all the panelists, audience, speakers, at least 1,000, to my knowledge, for joining us. You all have a role to play. Let's work together. See you next year. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone again for joining us. See you tomorrow. See you next year. Thank you. I'd like to thank Vice Minister, thank all the panelists for joining us. Thank you, moderator, and all the participants, offline and online. Our forum ends here. May we remind you, if you've rented a interpretation headset, please return it at the reception. That would be all for this year's forum. Thank you so much.